Chapter 257. Kill. 10 middle-aged men raised their swords and slashed at Chuli. 10 streaks of silver light rushed towards him. Chuli sat at the table and pulled out his sword and slashed behind him. Swoosh! A head flew up and blood spurted into the sky. Ah! The people screamed in fear and their faces turned pale. They had never seen such a cruel scene. A head flew into the air and blood gushed out like a fountain. It was too cruel and frightening. Chuli swung his sword again and another head flew up. He had been studying the first form of godly blade and was able to use it freely, increasing the speed of his sword. In front of his swift sword, the 10 middle-aged men moved as slow as old people. Chuli swung his sword twice, but before their swords could reach Chuli, ding, 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 ding. Chuli swung his sword to block 8 long swords. Then the treasured sword in his hand turned into lightning again. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 heads flew up again. In an instant, it became 6 people. He swung his sword again to block their swords, and then swung his sword again. 3 heads flew up. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier had a few drops of blood on his sallow face. He looked even more ferocious, as if he wanted to eat Chuli. Chuli swung his sword like lightning, but his expression was calm. He sat steadily at the table. Only the sword moved, and the chair did not move. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads flew and rolled on the ground. The scene was so bloody and cruel that many people around vomited. His white robe was clean, and there was not a single drop of blood on his body. The people around him had an illusion that he was not the one who swung his sword. He was just a scholar holding a book and watching coldly from the side. He was elegant and calm, noble and arrogant. He was not in the same world as the ordinary people. You, the sallow middle-aged man, pointed his sword at him and did not have the courage to swing it. He knew that if the 3 of them swung their swords again, they would be decapitated. Chuli picked up the big bowl and took a sip of tea. Tell your faction leader, I don't want to kill my way to the godly Blade Mountain. I hope he knows his place. Okay, I will. The sallow middle-aged man snorted and turned to leave. The other 2 quickly followed. Before they left, they glared at Chuli fiercely. Chuli put down the teacup and threw an ingot of silver on the counter. He smiled at the shopkeeper behind the counter and said, I'm sorry. This silver can be considered as compensation. The tea was really ordinary. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man who knew some martial arts. He hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't dare to take the money from this killing god. If he made him unhappy, his head would be removed. He had chopped off 7 heads without batting an eyelid, and he was still smiling. His expression did not change at all. It was best to avoid such a killing god. Chuli smiled, turned around, and started to pace. He avoided the blood, corpses, and heads on the ground as he walked towards the city gate. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. After killing 7 people in the city, the patrol officer would definitely come to arrest him. The crowd automatically made way for him and watched as he slowly walked away. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his demeanor was elegant and calm. He truly looked like a character from a painting. He thought about it and felt a little worried. He decided to go back and have a look. After a few flashes, he arrived at the tea house where he had been drinking tea. The original tea house was in ruins. The pillars supporting the shed were chopped off, and the tables and chairs were chopped into pieces. The pancake pan was kicked over, and the teapot was deflated into a piece of iron. It looked like an old man who had been cutting braised meat had fallen to the ground. His body was stiff, and he had been dead for a long time. The girl was nowhere to be seen. Chuli's face darkened, and he checked the old man's injury. 1 fatal stab. The godly knife faction. Chuli's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in the woods. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of a young man. He said coldly, the godly knife faction did it. The young man's feet left the ground, and he struggled to kick his legs. He used both his hands to pull Chuli's left hand. Chuli scoffed. What about the girl? Very good. Chuli sneered and exerted force with his left hand. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. The young man's legs kicked the ground, and he remained motionless. Chuli's face darkened. The godly knife faction was really courting death. His figure disappeared from the spot. After a few flashes, he appeared in the Godly Knife faction. The Godly Knife faction was located in the Godly Knife Mountain. The faction was not named after the mountain, but the mountain was named after the faction. The Godly Knife Mountain was a 1,000-meter high peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a grand archway with the words Godly Knife Faction written on it. The archway was golden and powerful. The Godly Knife faction was located halfway up the Godly Knife Mountain. There were a total of 3 main halls, and the rest were houses. Chuli appeared in the Godly Knife faction and used the omniscient mirror to observe. There were a total of 300 disciples in the faction. There were 28 masters and 1 grandmaster. The grandmaster was as old as a pine tree. He was sitting on a cattail hassock in the West Main Hall. There was a long knife on his knees, and he was motionless. Chuli quickly found the girl in the tea house. She was being pressed on the bed by a young man, and her clothes were being stripped off. She was only left with a doo-doo and undergarment, and her snow-white arms and shoulders were exposed. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes were red. She kept struggling, but under the strong body of the young man, she was weak and powerless. Her resistance was futile. Her stubborn eyes gradually showed despair, and her will to die became firmer. Chuli suddenly appeared in the house and slapped the young man's back. The young man was enjoying it with a face full of excitement. The more he resisted, the better it was. Obediently obeying was tasteless, which was exciting and interesting. He felt pain in his back, and his vision suddenly went black. It was eternal darkness. Chuli picked him up and threw him to the corner of the wall like a rag. He looked at the girl. The girl quickly shrunk her body to cover her body and shrank to the corner of the bed. Chuli picked up the long robe beside him to cover her body. He did not reach out to touch her. He looked in her eyes and said gently, "It's okay. I'll get you out of here." The girl's frightened eyes pierced his heart. He had already avoided it so far, but he still could not avoid it. The Godly Knife faction was so overbearing. Chuli saw that she had calmed down and said gently, "Where is your house? I'll send you back. I only have my grandfather to rely on. There's no one else," the girl said softly. Her voice was hoarse. "If my grandfather is dead, I have no home." Chuli sighed, "It's my fault." The girl shook her head and did not speak. "All right then, I'll arrange it," Chuli said gently. "Do you want to practice martial arts?" "Yes." The girl's eyes suddenly brightened. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "I want to practice martial arts." Chuli nodded. "I'll send you to a famous faction." He decided to send the girl to the Snow Lunar Pavilion. For his sake, the Snow Lunar Pavilion would not reject her entry into the faction. "Thank you, Master." The girl lowered her head and said. Chuli shook his head. "I'll send you to a safe place first, then I'll come back and settle the score with them." He turned his head and gestured for her to wear her clothes. The sound of clothes rustling could be heard. After a while, the girl said softly, "It's done." Chuli turned around and saw that she was wearing a loose robe. Her figure looked even more petite. He smiled and said, "After we destroy the Godly Knife faction, I'll buy you some clothes. Let's go." He reached out his big hand. The girl hesitated for a moment and slowly put her small hand into his. Chapter 258. P.S. After the first Alliance leader, Gentle Bandit, the second Alliance leader, Han Jiangyi, Chuli teleported to the Godly Knife faction. He stood in the Godly Knife faction. Using the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see Li Hanyan's condition. She had already caused her grandfather's death. He did not want her to get hurt again. Li Hanyan was sitting in a daze in the cave with her arms crossed. She did not say a word, and her eyes were empty. A sorrowful aura permeated the cave. Chuli sighed. His hatred for the Godly Knife faction grew, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. He stood in front of the Godly Knife faction and let out a long howl. "Du Feng is here. Everyone from the Godly Knife faction, come forth and accept your death." The howl was like a giant bell ringing in everyone's ears. The Godly Knife faction immediately moved. 300 disciples rushed into the basilica. Inside the basilica, the withered elder was surrounded by them. He closed his eyes and meditated. The people in the basilica did not move. only their heavy breathing. In the spacious and quiet basilica, their breathing was exceptionally loud. They all knew how powerful Dufone was, but they did not expect him to be so bold as to come to their doorstep. This was a situation the Godly Knife faction had never encountered before. If not for Dufeng's strength, they would not have come looking for the faction leader. They could have just rushed out and killed him. The withered elder slowly opened his eyes. The basilica suddenly lit up. Everyone in the basilica felt their eyes hurt. They quickly looked away. The faction leader's gaze was so sharp, it felt like a knife was cutting their eyes. They did not dare to look directly at him. "Faction leader," an elder said, "this person is so reckless. He must be killed." "Elder Yang, can you kill him?" Faction leader Li Shundao asked calmly. The elder shook his head helplessly. "Faction leader, I'm not sure." "You know your limits," Li Shundao said. "For now, it's best to avoid him." "Faction leader, we have 300 disciples." Elder Yang quickly said, "Can't 300 disciples defeat him?" "The key is kill him," Li Shundao said. "How many of the 300 disciples will be left?" Everyone's expression changed. Dufeng's reputation as the god of slaughter had spread throughout the Godly Knife faction. Everyone in Yushan City knew about him. His speed and ruthlessness were beyond imagination. The head flew up, and everyone felt a chill on their necks. "All right, everyone retreat and disperse," Li Shundao said slowly. "I will deal with him myself. Go and run for your lives. Wait for him to leave, and then return to the mountain gate. The Godly Knife faction will not perish." "Secmaster," everyone hurriedly shouted. "Don't waste any time. Leave now." Li Shundao snorted. His eyes lit up. His blade-like gaze swept over everyone, and their hearts trembled. Their sect leader had always been a man of his word, and his martial arts were extremely tyrannical, rarely seen in the world. Therefore, they were unscrupulous and committed outrages, but they were respectful and fearful of their sect leader. They obeyed him without exception. "You want to leave?" Chu Li's voice rang out. He was dressed in a white robe and stood quietly at the entrance of the main hall. He coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. "Bullying the weak, killing, and looting, the Godly Knife faction is guilty of the most heinous crimes. They must be punished." Everyone flew into a rage. "How arrogant! Motherf asterisk cur. Destroy your motherf asterisk cur. F asterisk CK your grandma. Just you wait. Surname Dewey will definitely find your home and exterminate your entire family. Kill him. Kill him." The crowd did not stop cursing, all of them talking at once. The main hall was in chaos, everyone shouting at the top of their lungs, their voices deafening. "All of you, shut up," Li Shundao growled. The deafening insults stopped abruptly. Everyone fixed their eyes on Li Shundao. Li Shundao slowly stood up. His wizened body slowly walked towards Chu Li. Everyone hurriedly made way for him, clearing out a large space. With every step Li Shundao took, the wrinkles on his face disappeared. He stood in front of Chu Li. From a frail old man, he had turned into a handsome middle-aged man, full of vigor, his gaze sharp as a blade, like an unsheathed treasure blade. Chu Li's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect Li Shundao to have such a miraculous skill, similar to his life and death scripture. Li Shundao drew his blade. He tossed the scabbard aside, his left index finger gently stroking the back of the blade, as if caressing a lover. He sighed. "It's been a long time since I drew my blade." Chu Li said, "Li Shundao." Li Shundao raised his head to look at him, his gaze like a blade, scanning the flaws on his body. "Dufone?" Chu Li smiled. "A grandmaster is so muddle-headed, allowing your disciples to do as they please. Did you not know this day would come? So what?" Li Shundao looked at him indifferently. "For those who practice the blade, all things are under the blade. All living beings are like ants. Without such courage, how can they cultivate the supreme blade technique?" Chu Li said, "What a joke. Do you think you can cultivate their murderous intent like this and cultivate a profound blade technique? The Godly Knife faction is so prosperous because of this," Li Shundao said. Chu Li shook his head. "Those who use the blade must understand the will of heaven. The will of heaven is my heart. Only then can I understand the path of the blade. You are so reckless, going against the will of heaven. How can you cultivate the supreme blade technique? Come, let me see your **T blade technique. You have some knowledge. Watch out. Li Shindao did not allow him to continue. With a swing of the blade, the entire room was filled with dazzling light, like the sun had fallen into the main hall. No one could open their eyes. They could not see anything. The dazzling light dissipated, and everyone could open their eyes again. Chu Li slowly sheathed his blade. Li Shindao did not move. His eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze was filled with malice and hatred. Chu Li shook his head. Your blade technique is not bad. With a flash of a blade, Li Shindao's head flew, blood spurting out like a pillar. Chu Li took a step back to avoid the blood staining his white robe. No one saw that when he swung his blade, he used the spear finger strike at the same time. Li Shindao knew that Chu Li's blade technique was powerful, so he focused on his blade and did not guard against the spear finger strike. He was alarmed, and by the time he tried to dodge, his blade technique was already used up. He desperately moved a foot away, barely dodging. Another 2 strikes came, and he tried to dodge, but he could not. The spear finger strike landed on his shoulder, and he immediately froze. Another 2 spear finger strikes landed. With 3 strikes, even if he was a grandmaster, he still froze. Faction leader! Everyone screamed. Li Shindao's head rolled 2 meters away, and everyone avoided it in panic, like avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Chu Li stood at the door and lightly shook his long blade. Who else? Avenge the faction leader. Everyone shouted. Elder Yang shouted. He's only one person. Let's kill him. Whoever kills him will be the faction leader of the Godly Knife faction. Kill. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their eyes turned red. The faction leader of the Godly Knife faction had a prestigious position, and hundreds would respond to his call. As a disciple of the Godly Knife faction, which one of them did not want to be the faction leader? Chu Li scoffed and went up to meet them. Faced with the crowd's attacks, he used the first form of the Godly Knife to his heart's content. He moved around, and wherever he passed, the blade flashed, heads flew, and blood spurted into the sky. The thick smell of blood filled their minds, but not only were they not afraid, they became even crazier. They had already lost their minds, and only had one thought, kill. Chu Li sighed as he swung his blade. This Li Shindao was not completely useless. At least he cultivated the bravery of his disciples. Unfortunately, this bravery was not worth mentioning in front of the absolute Godly Knife. As time passed, Chu Li did not stop swinging his blade. His inner energy was endless, and the treasure blade was as sharp as ever, even after cutting off so many heads. 200 people were killed, and the basilica became emptier. Stop! Chu Li yelled. His voice contained a strange power, and everyone could not help but feel refreshed. They looked around, and when they saw the corpses and heads on the ground, their expressions changed. Chu Li scoffed. Who else has done so much evil? His gaze swept across the crowd. Some of them avoided his gaze and did not dare to look at him. Chu Li remained calm as he killed, and activated the omniscient mirror to observe their hearts, to see how strong their killing intent was. Among the 300 people, the 200 with the strongest killing intent had already been killed. The remaining ones did not have any killing intent and had not killed anyone. I'll spare your lives. Go from today onwards, the Godly Knife faction will no longer exist. Chu Li scoffed. The crowd looked at each other blankly, and then looked at the puddles of blood on the ground. They did not have the courage to swing their blades. Chu Li glided away from the basilica and came to a basilica at the side. There were rows of memorial tablets on the northern table. He closed fist saluted, and then moved one of the legs of the table. A hole appeared on the ground, and he went in. Soon, he came to a cave. The cave was empty, and there were almost no signs of people. No one came here. Chapter 259. The 7 forms of divine knife were clearly drawn on the wall. The words were simple and bold. With a single glance, he had already imprinted it into his mind. With a wave of the long knife, the stone powder rustled. In a short while, the ground was as smooth as a mirror. The 7 forms of divine knife had completely disappeared from the world. He floated out of the cave and exited from the other side. It was a small cave entrance halfway up the precipice. It was also covered by green vines and was almost impossible to discover. He quickly appeared in front of Li Hanyan. Li Hanyan had already fallen asleep with her arms wrapped around her shoulders. After being tormented by grief, fear, pain, surprise, and sadness for so long, she finally couldn't stand the exhaustion and fell asleep unknowingly. Her face was deathly pale and her forehead was dripping with sweat. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted as she muttered, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Chu sighed and shook his head. This was his own sin. It was a pity that he was too late and did not manage to save the old man. The spirit blessing pill did not work, and the art of Eclipse Purloin could not save him either. Ah! Li Hanyan suddenly screamed and sat up abruptly. Chu handed her a bundle. "Did you have a nightmare?" Big Brother Li Hanyan relaxed when she saw him. Chu said, "The Godly Knife faction has been annihilated. We've taken our revenge." Li Hanyan nodded lightly. "There are clothes in the backpack. Change into them, and I'll send you off to learn martial arts." Chu exited the cave. Li Hanyan bit her lip as she opened the bundle. Inside were 6 or 7 pieces of clothing, both underwear and outerwear. She changed into a green robe and slowly walked out of the cave. Chu was sitting at the entrance of the cave, looking in the direction of the Godly Knife faction. "Big Brother I want to go take a look," Li Hanyan said. Chu nodded and reached out to hold her wrist. Then they glided to the outside of the Basilica of the Godly Knife faction. After a while, there was no one left in the Godly Knife gate, and the main hall was closed. "It's inside," Chu gestured. Li Hanyan looked at him and pushed the door open. The thick smell of blood instantly poured into her body, and her eyes widened. He stared blankly at the ground, littered with headless corpses and heads rolling everywhere, as well as the ground covered in black blood. "Wah!" She suddenly bent over and vomited. Chu smiled. This was enough to wash away her sadness. Li Hanyan couldn't stop vomiting until there was nothing left to vomit. Even his stomach acid had dried up. He still couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. The scene just now had an unimaginable impact on her. Chu stepped forward and gently patted her back. Spiritual energy spread throughout her body. It was as if she was immersed in ice-cold spring water, and all the discomfort disappeared in an instant. "Let's go," Chu said. Li Hanyan nodded vigorously. He held her wrist and walked out of the Godly Knife clan. In order to take care of Li Hanyan, he did not use his lightness skill very quickly. He traveled along the official road in the morning and rested at night. That evening, the two arrived at a rundown temple. The Buddha statue had disappeared, leaving behind only the broken walls and the temple door. The weather had just started to turn cold, and they needed to cover themselves with blankets at night. A dilapidated house was much better than being in the wilderness. Chu started a fire. The blazing flames illuminated Li Hanyan's face. She looked much better now. They traveled for 5 or 6 days. He slowly calmed down. Chu felt that the time had come, and he could not delay any longer. He muttered, "Tonight, I'll perform a spell for you and help you build your foundation." "That 9 transformation meridian reforming technique?" Li Hanyan asked. "What do you think?" "Thank you, Big Brother Chu smiled. "After performing this spell, you can start cultivating." He took out a box of needles and gestured for her to sit properly. Then gold, silver, and wooden needles flew up and pierced her body in the blink of an eye. She was frozen and could not move. She lost all feeling and control over her body. It was as if she only had her head left. Chu added 2 pieces of wood to the fire. "You're going to Snow Lunar Pavilion, a first-rate faction in the martial arts world. It has a strong foundation. If you can cultivate well, you'll definitely become a martial arts master in the future." She could speak. "Is Big Brother from Snow Lunar Pavilion?" Chu shook his head. "I'm not." "Then, is Big Brother related to Snow Lunar Pavilion?" "Relationship." Chu Li broke into laughter. He looked at the dancing flames, lost in thought. Li Hanyin sighed to herself. It happened again. Along the way, she noticed that Big Brother Li would have this expression from time to time, as if he was missing someone. She guessed that this person might be in Snow Lunar Pavilion. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression at the mention of Snow Lunar Pavilion. She did not disturb his thoughts and only looked at him quietly. The flames danced merrily on his face. It was as if his mind had flown away, leaving behind only a shell of his body. She did not know which girl could make Big Brother do miss her so much. She must be extremely beautiful, a rare and extraordinary girl. Xiaoqi's face appeared in Chu Li's mind. He gradually realized the shortcoming of his photographic memory. He could clearly remember every single detail of his past with Xiaoqi. He could not forget even if he wanted to. A certain scene would suddenly appear in his mind without him noticing, like a sharp sword piercing his heart. Time passed unknowingly. When Chu Li woke up, the sky was already bright. He had been sitting in a daze for the whole night. He turned to look at Li Hanyin. Her face was covered with a layer of black oil, and her body was emitting waves of stench. It was extremely unpleasant, and she frowned from the stench. Chu Li smiled and waved his hand to remove the needles. There's a stream below. Go wash up. Li Hanyin did not say a word and hurriedly ran out. Catch! Chu Li threw the bag over. The flying bag caught up to her. She caught the bag and ran even faster. Her face was covered with black oil, and it was burning hot. She really did not have the face to see anyone. It was too embarrassing. She never realized that she smelled so bad. As she ran, she realized that she had changed. She was as light as a swallow, very fast, and her whole body was filled with power. It was as if she could smash a rock with one punch. When she came to the stream, she gave it a try. Her fist was red and swollen, but the rock was unharmed. After a fierce wash, she changed her clothes and let out a long sigh of relief. However, the strange stench still lingered at the tip of her nose. She rubbed her nose, thinking that her nose must have been damaged by the stench. From today onwards, I will teach you a heart technique and a blade technique, Chu Li said as he brought her along on the main road. Li Hanyin turned her head and widened her eyes, overjoyed. Thank you, Big Brother Do. Even if she had not seen it with her own eyes, she knew how powerful Chu Li's blade technique was. The Godly Knife faction, which was a top-notch master in her eyes, was actually annihilated. His blade technique was beyond imagination. Chu Li said, "Your aptitude is not bad, and this heart technique is suitable for you. As for blade technique, when you go to Snow Lunar Pavilion, you can switch to sword technique." He wanted to teach Li Hanyin the Crescent Cryptic. Li Hanyin's aptitude was extremely high, far better than Xueling's. Xueling needed to train for a few years, but Li Hanyin might only need a year or even less. In the evening, the two did not find a place to sleep, but sat down in a forest. Chu Li taught her the Crescent Cryptic and helped her to channel it. Soon, a trace of Crescent Cryptic inner energy was born, and from then on, it would be much easier for her to cultivate. On the evening of the second day, Chu Li taught her the 7 forms of Godly Knife. On the afternoon of the third day, they stood in front of a stockade village, looking at the stockade village halfway up the mountain. Chapter 260. P.S. The next update is in 2 hours. There will be separate updates in the future. Chu Li said, "This Bull's Head camp is full of villains. They are full of evil. They haven't been exterminated yet because they are strong and no one dares to provoke them. You have to kill 1 person today." "Can I do it?" Li Hanyin bit her lip and stared at the camp. Not far from the camp's main gate were 2 towers. They were 10 meters tall. An old man squatted on top of each tower. One leaned against the railing and smoked. He looked relaxed as he stared at Li Hanyin and Chu Li from afar. One was dressed in green and the other in a white robe. They were very eye-catching. Chu Li said, "As long as you use that blade well, you'll be able to do it. If you don't, then, in a fight between 2 people, it's either you die or I die. I won't interfere. You'll either kill him or be killed by him." Li Hanyin turned to look at him. Chu Li said, Entering the martial arts world is like putting your head on a belt. You'll face death at any time. You'll die sooner or later. It's better to die early and reincarnate early. Li Hanyin pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Li smiled. Hanyin, I'm not joking with you. I won't help you. Hey, who are you? This is the Bull's Head Camp, not a place to play. The old man shouted. Chu Li looked at Li Hanyin. You think he's a good person, right? Isn't he? Li Hanyin asked in confusion. She felt that the old man was being kind, telling her to leave quickly and stay away from danger. Chu Li smiled. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a young man flipped out from the gate. His body was light and agile. He held a long sword and ran towards the two. It was a tall, slender, and handsome young man. He wore a sapphire blue robe, and his face was slightly pale. It seemed like he didn't spend much time in the sun. If it wasn't for his gloomy gaze, he would have attracted the hearts of many women. Chu Li said, Are you clear now? This is the human heart. Li Hanyin bit her thin red lips and glanced at the old man on the tower. The handsome young man's burning gaze swept over Li Hanyin's body. She was thin, but her figure was exquisite. It was already very attractive. He couldn't resist looking at her. Once they entered the stronghold, they would be their toys. They could play with them however they wanted. It didn't matter, even if they were broken. Chu Li took a step back, indicating that he did not want to participate, which made the handsome young man look at him with disdain. Li Hanyin slowly pulled out her longsword. He scoffed and said, Tell me your name. Hey, this young master is Chong Song. The elegant young man grinned, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. What is this young lady's name? Li Hanyin said coldly. I'm going to kill you. All right, come and kill me, kill me. The handsome young man had a strange smile on his face. Kill me as many times as you want. Li Hanyin glared at him angrily. She had met many martial artists in the tea house, so she could understand what they were saying. She pursed her lips tightly and took a step forward, slashing down with her blade. The handsome young man took a step back and easily dodged the attack. He chuckled and said, What a powerful saber technique. Again, Li Hanyin brandished her saber again. She stomped her foot hard and became one with the saber. Suddenly, the saber light exploded and slashed at the handsome young man. Ah! The handsome young man screamed, holding his left shoulder as he retreated. Blood gushed out his left shoulder like a fountain. His eyes were wide open, filled with viciousness, and suddenly became ferocious. He was like a hungry wolf that wanted to devour people. I will kill you. Every word came out of his mouth, and every word seemed to exude a chill. Li Hanyin snorted softly, her hands going limp. The murderous aura emanating from his body was almost tangible, and Li Hanyin felt cold. Her limbs were weak, and she could not help but want to avoid his gaze. Swoosh! With a soft whistle, the handsome young man stabbed her with his sword. Li Hanyin's eyes widened, and she looked down at the sword at her chest. The handsome young man stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a bloodthirsty smile, he said, I only wanted to toy with you, but you don't know what's good for you, so I'll have to send you on your way. As he spoke, he was about to pull out his sword. Li Hanyin gritted her teeth and swung her saber. Swoosh! The saber moved like lightning, slicing across the handsome young man's neck. His head flew up, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Li Hanyin held the sword in her chest, and her whole body went cold. All her strength seemed to be drained from her chest, and her legs went limp, and she sat on the ground. Chu Li calmly walked in front of her. Li Hanyin looked up at him. Big Brother Doom, am I going to die? Chu Li squatted down and calmly said, Do you know what you've done wrong? Li Hanyin shook her head. Chu Li said, Once we face off, you or he dies. You didn't remember this. Am I going to see grandfather? Li Hanyin's vision went black, and her voice was weak, but she showed a smile of relief. Chu Li said, It's still early. When Li Hanyin heard this, darkness swallowed her, and she fainted. Chu Li took out the spirit blessing pill and fed it to her. He pulled out his sword and pressed on her acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. Then, without caring about the difference between a man and a woman, he tore open her clothes and carefully applied ointment on her chest. Ointment from Snow Lunar Pavilion. He dragged Li Hanyin away, and sharp curses followed behind, but he shook them off in the blink of an eye. When Li Hanyin slowly woke up, she found herself lying on the bed. She turned her head and looked around. Chu Li was sitting by the bed, quietly reading a book in his hand. The house was bright, quiet, and peaceful. The birds outside were crisp and pleasant. She struggled, wanted to get up, but her whole body was weak, and she could not move. Chu Li put down the book. "You're awake." "Big brother do, I'm not dead?" Li Hanyin asked. Chu Li smiled. "You died once, and then came back to life. I remember I was dead." "Yes, you're not completely dead." Chu Li said, "I took a pill and was saved." "What pill?" Li Hanyin asked. Chu Li smiled. "You don't need to know this. How do you feel?" Li Hanyin nodded lightly. She felt that the world was different from before. She could not put her finger on it, but it felt different. Everything around her became livelier, brighter, and even more moving. She wanted to live a good life. After her grandfather died, she had the will to die. It was meaningless to live alone. She thought it would be better to accompany her grandfather, so that he would not be lonely. If it was not for Big Brother Do's company and care, she would have committed suicide long ago. She did not want to waste his kindness, so she endured it. When she woke up this time, the will to die disappeared, and she wanted to live even more. Chu Li smiled. "From today onwards, you must work hard to cultivate. Don't let anyone kill you." "I know." Li Hanyin nodded hard. Chu Li said, "You can't move now, just cultivate the crescent cryptic." He had the omniscient mirror, so he could clearly see her thoughts. He knew that she was determined to die, and persuasion was useless, so he came up with this method. This method would be more beneficial for her future cultivation, and she would truly understand how to cultivate the blade. Li Hanyin activated the crescent cryptic, and a cold aura circulated in her body. Her injuries seemed to have lightened. 2 days later, she could cultivate the blade. Early in the morning, the two stood in front of a wooden house in the forest. She wore a black outfit, looking valiant and heroic. Chu Li wore a blue tunic and took off his white robe. This was a wooden house that Chu Li built 2 days ago. It was very simple and could only shelter her from the wind and rain. "Attack," Chu Li said. Li Hanyin's blade flashed, and it hit Chu Li's shoulder. "No." Chu Li shook his head, and the long blade was blocked an inch from his shoulder. "You're a bit slower again." Li Hanyin slashed again, and it hit his neck, but it was still blocked an inch from his skin. "Almost there." Li Hanyin slashed again, and it hit his waist. "Almost there again. Not bad again." Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror, and he could clearly see the flow of her inner energy, the pulling of her muscles, the twisting of her bones, and even every inch of her body. He pointed out her mistakes and kept correcting her. He wanted her to train the first form of Blade God into an instinctive reaction. Chapter 261. P.S. VIP Group number 129395774. We chat there every day. Rich people give us red packets. 5 days later, at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Li Hanyin arrived outside the Oxhead camp alone. The two old men were still at the top of the camp, one leaning on the railing, the other squatting and puffing. Although they were old, their eyesight was not blurry. She saw them as soon as she appeared. "Girl, why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." The puffing old man raised his voice and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man rushed out of the camp with a long sword in his hand. He was more muscular than the handsome young man from 5 days ago and looked similar. Li Hanyin guessed that they were brothers. He rushed over without a word and stabbed with his sword. Li Hanyin did not dodge and drew her sword to meet the attack. Her body and sword collided, and suddenly the light from the sword exploded, turning into a flash of light that shot towards the young man. The handsome young man hurriedly dodged to the side and stabbed out with his sword. Li Hanyin's back was hit and her body stagnated. She spun and stabbed again. The light from the sword increased, and she was as fast as lightning. The handsome young man saw that her movement was sluggish and was overjoyed. He raised his sword and stabbed again, wanting to kill her to avenge his brother. He did not expect Li Hanyan's sword to be 2 times faster than before. He could not dodge in time. His head flew, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Li Hanyan's face paled. She resisted the urge to vomit and turned to run. "Where are you going?" A man rushed out of the camp at an incredible speed. Li Hanyan used her qinggong to escape, but was like a snail in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the man was behind Li Hanyan and struck with his palm. Woo! The light from the sword increased and struck again. The middle-aged man bent his body and dodged agilely. The coldness from the tip of the sword shocked him. A woman with such a shallow cultivation level had such power. It was beyond his imagination. This set of sword techniques was too powerful. He must get it. With that thought in mind, he stopped killing and struck Li Hanyan's right shoulder. Li Hanyan's sword fell to the ground. Feeling hopeless, she turned and ran. Bang! The middle-aged man sealed her acupuncture point with a finger, immobilizing her. The middle-aged man was tall and had a fierce appearance. He stroked his chin and looked at Li Hanyan. "Little girl, what sword technique is this?" "Nameless blade technique." Li Hanyan scoffed. She could turn her head and look around, but she did not see Chu Li. She knew that Chu Li would not make a move. "There's no need to look. No one can save you." The middle-aged man smiled. "Our men have already surrounded them. Your companion is probably dead." Li Hanyan sneered. She was very confident that they would not be able to kill Chu Li. "All right, let's make a deal." The middle-aged man smiled amiably and said, "As long as you hand over the saber technique manual, I will let you go. Otherwise, if I bring you back to the village, you will only be able to be played with by the men. I will kill you after I am done playing with you." "Oomph." Li Hanyan glared at him stubbornly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "At that time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Think about it. She would be played by hundreds of men. Or hand over the saber manual." Li Hanyan turned her head and looked around, feeling a little hopeless. Brother Du was too cruel. He wouldn't want her to die again, would he? "It seems that you haven't given up yet." The middle-aged man sighed. "All right, then let's enter the stronghold." He carried Li Hanyan and fluttered back to the stronghold gate. The old man who was smoking on the top of the stronghold chuckled. "Boss Chi, you're quick to snatch such a beautiful lady. Elder Huang, smoke less." The middle-aged man said impatiently. "Be careful not to die on the pipe. I'll get nervous if I don't smoke for a day. But this young lady's saber technique is very mysterious. Treat her well and ask her." Elder Huang chuckled. "I don't need you to say that." Boss Chi laughed. "Send a few men to serve her. Do you think she won't say anything?" As he said that, he carried Li Hanyan and fluttered into the stronghold into a hall. There were 5 men sitting in the hall. They were curiously looking at Li Hanyan. "Where's that guy?" Boss Chi asked. "Did you kill him?" "He ran away." A skinny middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. "He's slippery. His light body technique is not bad. Too bad he's a coward. He abandoned this young lady and ran away by himself." Li Hanyan frowned and stared at them. Ever since she died once, her courage grew. She was fearless in the face of these 5 murderous men. But death was not that scary. The Chong brothers didn't die in vain. Boss Chi sat on the armchair and looked at Li Hanyan, who was standing in the middle. "This saber technique is indeed strange. Look at her cultivation level. She's just started practicing martial arts, right? The Chong brothers have completed their acquired stage. It's a good saber technique." The skinny middle-aged man laughed. "She won't say, right? All right then, I'll have a good chat with her." He stood up and walked in front of Li Hanyan. He looked at her delicate face and shook his head. "What a pity, what a pity. We have the best way to treat women. The most common way is to ride a wooden donkey. We raise a spear and tie the woman to the crossbar so that she can't struggle. Then we let her sit on the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear will go in from the bottom, up to the intestines, to the chest, avoiding the heart, and into the throat. At this point, she won't die. She'll only die when it goes through the top of her head, but we'll go up bit by bit. We'll go up a little every day. After 9 days, it'll reach the top of her head." Li Hanyan glared at him angrily. She felt cold all over. If she were to be tortured that way, she'd rather die early. The skinny middle-aged man sighed. "All these years, There have been at least 80 deaths like this. It's quite pitiful. Sigh. That's enough, Elder G. Big Brother Chi said, You look so kind. It's all because of you. The skinny middle-aged man smiled at Li Hanyan. Young lady, there's another way. I can pierce your ear and put a worm in. Let it crawl around in your brain. You'll suffer so much pain that you'll eventually die from it. Also, shut up. Li Hanyan shouted angrily. You deserve to die. Sigh. I feel that living is boring. But God just won't accept me. The skinny middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. I don't have a choice. I can't just commit suicide, right? Chuli suddenly appeared in a white robe. He stood quietly in front of Li Hanyan. He smiled. Have you seen it? I'm going to kill them. Li Hanyan said hatefully. Chuli stretched out his hand and opened her acupuncture point. Your saber technique is still not mature enough. Otherwise, it could make up for the lack of energy. Watch how I perform it. He unsheathed the long saber at his waist. Big Brother Chi and the others saw his sudden appearance. Their faces changed. They stood up and drew their swords and knives. Someone could sneak in without a sound. He was definitely a master. Swoosh! A cold lightning flashed, and a head flew up. Chuli walked confidently. With each step, he took a head. He did it with ease. Li Hanyan blindly followed beside him. She could feel his calmness when he attacked. She used all her strength when she attacked. She did it wrong. Chuli had taught her before, but she could not understand it. Now that she personally experienced Chu Li's calmness in killing, she understood immediately. Chu Li brought her along and killed everyone in the Bull's Head camp. The old man who was smoking on the top of the camp was also killed. Only the one who was napping was left. The two of them floated away and continued on their way to the Snow Lunar Pavilion. Along the way, Chu Li killed people like flies. He killed all the evildoers he saw and uprooted the evil forces he saw. There were more than 10 ambushes along the way. He relied on his treasured saber and killed everyone who tried to ambush him. His white robe was still spotless, and not a single drop of blood stained his body. In the past month, Li Hanyan followed Chu Li. She had seen many killings. She was also killing. She became more and more skilled at the first form of Blade of God. It became an instinct. Every slash was the first form of Blade of God. It was powerful. Her ability to kill became stronger and stronger. She was completely numb to killing. She killed people like slaughtering pigs. She did not see them as humans. Suddenly, one day, Chu Li stopped moving forward. Chapter 262. Li Hanyan did not understand and asked Chu Li for the reason. Chu Li explained to her that her murderous aura was too strong now, but she could only release it and could not restrain it. This was not beneficial to her cultivation, as the murderous aura would affect her state of mind. One day, when she could completely restrain her murderous aura and not let it out, she would be calm and gentle, making people feel close and intimate. That would be the day she stepped into the innate mastery's boundary. Li Hanyan seemed to understand. There was no murderous aura on Big Brother. It was like a spring breeze. When he killed, it did not seem like he was killing, but more like he was waving his hand to greet them. With a light greeting, he beheaded them. Li Hanyan obeyed. After 2 days of preaching, Li Hanyan was able to memorize a Buddhist scripture. The two set off again. It was a smooth journey, and they did not meet anyone who deserved to be killed. There were a few villainous mountain strongholds, but when they arrived, they only saw an empty stronghold. They heard the news and ran away in advance. The sun was setting and the sky was red. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Snow Lunar Pavilion was. Chu Li quietly looked at the mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, deep in thought. Li Hanyan stood at the side silently, also looking at the mountain peak. This was the faction she would enter in the future. She did not know what it was like and if she could get used to it. It was a pity that she could not always follow Big Brother Do after a long time. The evening mist became heavy. Chu Li came back to his senses and sighed. Let's go up the mountain. When the two arrived at the ravine, it was already early evening. The pavilions were brightly lit, and it was as bustling as a heavenly palace. It's beautiful, Li Hanyan exclaimed. Chu Li smiled. You will live here from now on. Do you see the lake? You will live there. It really is like a paradise. Li Hanyin smiled. Chu Li smiled. Big Brother Du. The two disciples in green in the gazebo outside the ravine quickly came up and were overjoyed. It really is Big Brother Du. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. One of the disciples in green had already turned and rushed into the ravine while the other shouted happily, Big Brother Du, you are finally back. We all missed you. Chu Li asked, How was the ravine recently? It's not bad. The disciple in green smiled. The green hill is much more well-behaved. We can all hold our heads up outside. Ha! Yang Lingfeng and Zhao Feihu galloped over. Their laughter could be heard first, followed by a group of people. Yang Lingfeng came closer and grumbled, Brother, Du, you're finally back. Zhao Feihu cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Du. The crowd clustered around Chu Li and Li Hanyin as they entered the ravine. Initially, they wanted to go to the tower for a drink, but Shu Qingdai rushed over and chased them away. She asked him to return to Suru's waterside pavilion to rest. We'll talk tomorrow. The three returned to the waterside pavilion. Chu Li introduced Li Hanyin. Li Hanyin was a quiet person of few words. She did not speak much. She stood quietly at the side and observed curiously, listening carefully. Let Suru take care of Li Hanyin. He came to Shun Yinghu's waterside pavilion. Every waterside pavilion was brightly lit except for Shun Yinghu's waterside pavilion. She was still sitting in the gazebo, looking at the lake lazily. There were only 2 palace lanterns in the gazebo. The lights were dim and cold. Senior Shun. Chu Li sat opposite her. He used the omniscient mirror and saw the loneliness and sadness in her heart. Under the dim light, Shun Yinghu looked fairer and more beautiful. Her eyes were clear as water. She supported her chin and looked at him. Regret it? Chu Li said, Can I return to Snow Lunar Pavilion? You. Shun Yinghu sighed. You're asking for it. Young Qi has already stepped into the Grandmaster's boundary. She's cultivating in isolation and is about to step into the enlightened mastery's boundary. Chu Li said, as expected of the regal sword scripture, It's all thanks to you. Shun Yinghu said, You helped her improve by leaps and bounds. Is there something you need? I want to ask Senior Shun to take in a disciple. Chu Li said. He told her about Li Hanyin's background. You're always giving me trouble. I can only entrust it to you. All right, I'll take her in. Thank you, Senior. You know, the disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion and Green Hill are enemies. They kill each other on sight. She might be in danger. Joining other factions is equally dangerous. But try not to let her go out. All right, I'll bring her here tomorrow. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and left. Seeing his figure gradually disappear, Shun Yinghu sighed and shook her head. She got up and returned to the dark waterside pavilion. Chu Li left Snow Lunar Pavilion the next night. Li Hanyin officially became Shun Yinghu's disciple. She became a disciple of Snow Lunar Pavilion. The disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion were curious and asked her about Chu Li. The name of White Shroud Shindao, Du Feng, was now known throughout the world. His heroic act of challenging a martial arts world's forces shocked the world. Every time he drew his blade, heads would fall to the ground. His cruel methods were shocking. Li Hanyin stayed close to Suru and did not speak much to the crowd. Because of Chu Li, the disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion were very friendly to her. Although she exuded a murderous aura that made people feel cold and uncomfortable when they were near her, they were most curious about how many people she had killed. For the past 3 days, Li Hanyin chanted for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night. Everyone was surprised and asked for the reason. Li Hanyin smiled and said she was following Big Brother Du's orders. She did not know why. Everyone guessed that it was because her murderous nature was too strong. She wanted to use Buddhism to dispel it. Li Hanyin's waterside pavilion was not finished yet, so she stayed with Suru. That night, she practiced her blade technique and returned to the waterside pavilion. She saw Suru staring at a blue shirt in a daze. Sister Du, is this Big Brother Du's? Li Hanyin asked curiously. Suru nodded, yes. Big Brother Du likes to wear white shirts, Li Hanyin said. Suru smiled. This was his old shirt. Why did it suddenly change? Suru sighed and shook her head. I heard that Big Brother, Du has a fiancée. Is it true? She had already found out about Chu Li. Big Brother Du's fiancée was Du Xia, Du Qiu's sister. Unfortunately, she did not get to meet Big Brother Du's fiancée. She did not know what kind of person she was. Yes. Suru nodded lightly. Big Brother Du seems to be very sad. Is it because of Sister Du Xiao? Li Hanyin asked softly. Suru looked at her. Li Hanyin said, I think Big Brother Du misses Sister Du Xia. Suru was suddenly a little upset. She shook her head. Who knows? This is between the two of them. No one knows. Li Hanyin said, Sister Du Xia must be very beautiful. She is. Suru scoffed. Li Hanyin sighed. To make Big Brother Du miss her so much, Sister Du Xia is so lucky. Suru did not know what to say. She sighed. Don't mention Du Xia in front of Big Brother Du. Why? Li Hanyin asked. Their matter is very troublesome. It's hard to explain. Just don't mention it. Suru scoffed. Lest he gets upset. All right. Li Hanyin said, I wonder when Big Brother Du will come. He's very busy. He won't be able to come for a while. Train hard and don't let him down. Chapter 263. 2 days after Chu Li left, Li Hanyin was summoned to Shun Yinghu's waterside pavilion. The sun shone brightly and the lake was clear. A gentle breeze blew from the lake to the pavilion. Shun Yinghu sat in the pavilion in a white tunic, lazily sizing up Li Hanyin. Li Hanyin lowered her eyes and stood quietly, as if she was one with the vermilion pillar in the pavilion. Shun Yinghu said, Your Big Brother, Du, told me not to let you out of the valley. He's afraid that you'll be in danger. Li Hanyin pursed her lips. Shun Yinghu smiled. I've heard about Du Feng too. He's a madman who kills people like flies. You can't learn from him. Li Hanyin frowned slightly and held back from retorting. She felt that Brother Du did a good job killing them. Those scumbags deserved to be killed. If they were not killed, who knows how many innocent and kind people would be harmed. Brother Du was doing justice on behalf of the heavens. Shun Yinghu said, he only dared to do that because he's highly skilled in martial arts. How many people want to kill him now? If it were you, you wouldn't live more than 2 days. Don't learn from him. Li Hanyin sighed softly. What heart technique do you want to cultivate? Shun Yinghu said, the heart technique you're cultivating now is not bad. It doesn't lose to Snow Lunar Pavilion's heart technique. I'll listen to Master. Then cultivate this. Du Feng always has a reason for doing things. Shun Yinghu sighed. How's he doing? Li Hanyin was stunned and raised her head in confusion. Shun Yinghu said, how's his mood? Forget it. He wouldn't have killed so many people if he was in a good mood. Those people are really unlucky to have met his blade. She understood that Chu Li's massacre was to vent his anger. Li Hanyin said, what happened to Brother Du? Poor guy. Shun Yinghu pursed her lips and smiled, disappointed in love. Li Hanyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Yinghu looked at her expression and giggled. Li Hanyin lowered her head in embarrassment, still in disbelief. Could it be Du Xia? Which woman could reject a person like Brother Du? Du Xia was too blind, wasn't she? It's not what you think. Shun Yinghu stopped giggling. Her cheeks were flushed from laughing so much that she looked tender and alluring. He left Du Xia on his own accord. Why? Li Hanyin asked. Du Xia's kung fu requires her to be free of worries, to be separated from her emotions and desires. In order for Du Xia to become an expert stronger than him, he took the initiative to break up. Shun Yinghu smiled lazily. Don't you think he's stupid? So that's how it is. Li Hanyin was surprised and lamented. Big Brother, Du must be feeling very bitter. He's a fool. Shun Yinghu sighed. If a woman trains to be invincible, she can only live a lonely life. Your Big Brother Du is harming others and himself. Li Hanyin said, Brother Du's martial arts will definitely surpass Sister Du Xia's. Shun Yinghu pursed her lips and laughed. You little girl, your knowledge is limited. What do you know? In today's world, who could defeat Big Brother Du? Li Hanyin was unconvinced and said, if there really is, they would have jumped out long ago. He is now a grandmaster. Du Xia is going to become an enlightened master. Shun Yinghu waved her hand and smiled. I haven't been this happy in a long time. All right, I'll do as you say. Let's practice what we were before. Do you want to practice saber or sword? Big brother do wants you to practice my sword. Li Hanyin said, I'll practice my saber technique when I'm free. He's afraid that your murderous aura is too strong. Shunning Hu smiled. Go with Du Qiu to White Bone Mountain in 2 days. Send a letter and get some fresh air. It's not good to be cooped up in the valley all day. Green Hill was at its most obedient now. They had not recovered yet and dared not cause any trouble. Therefore, it was safe to leave the valley. Chuli asked Li Hanyin to leave the valley less, not that she should not. Yes, Li Hanyin said. Shunning Hu waved her hand. Go, just follow Du Qiu. Yes. Li Hanyin closed fists, saluted, and left. In the evening, Chuli bathed in the sunset glow and stood outside Green Hill Town. The majestic city gate and towering city walls were not inferior to Chongming Town. The city was twice as big as Chongming Town, and it was even more prosperous and lively. He left Snow Lunar Pavilion and used his light body technique to travel quickly. In a few days, he arrived at Green Hill Town. He did not stop along the way. He was too lazy to kill. After looking around, he walked towards the gate of Green Hill Town. There were 2 strong guards at the gate. They were fierce, and their eyes were sharp. They looked at Chu Li from head to toe, and finally, their eyes landed on the blade at his waist. Chu Li's white robe was spotless. He did not look like a martial artist at all. There were no changes in his temples and the top of his head. His eyes were not bright, and his spirit was not full. It was obvious that he was not a martial artist. The 2 guards looked at his blade and scoffed. They waved their hands to let him in. The person in front of Chu Li was interrogated. He was a martial artist and was full of spirit. After the 2 guards interrogated him, they gave him a warning. Green Hill Town had its own rules. Violence was strictly forbidden. Once it was used, the lightest punishment would be the crippling of martial arts and throwing out of the town. The heaviest punishment would be death. The Town Defense Public House and High Duke's Public House would execute the punishment at the same time. There was no chance of survival. If you wanted to live, you had to tuck your tail between your legs. The martial artist was annoyed by the questioning. After a warning, he entered the town angrily. Chu Li entered the town. The main street was crowded with people and carriages. The sounds of hawking, bargaining, quarreling, and children playing were mixed together with the aroma of food. It was like a tidal wave rushing toward Chu Li. Chu Li walked slowly, feeling the bustle of the town. The lively places were actually similar. It was as if he was walking in Chongming Town. After walking along the main street for a while, he found a restaurant, Mountain Beyond Mountain Restaurant. It was towering with 3 floors and had an unusual style. Standing on the 3rd floor, one could overlook the entire Green Hill Town. He went upstairs and ordered a few dishes. He sat near the window and drank by himself while enjoying the scenery. He also listened to the conversations of the people around him. It was a different kind of fun. After these days of adjustment, he walked out of the helpless and angry predicament. He completely put aside his negative thoughts and regained his determination. He had to work hard and reach the enlightened mastery's boundary before Shao-Chi. The regal sword scripture was powerful, but if he wanted to break the shackles of the scripture and regain Shao-Chi's heart, she would not be able to escape his clutches. Everyone, have you heard? The White Shroud Chief's surname is Du. His name is Du Feng. This isn't considered new, right? All right, this doesn't count. I'll tell you something new. I'm sure you haven't heard of it before. Hurry up, if you really haven't heard of it. I'll treat you to a meal. All right, thank you very much. If you keep us guessing, we won't listen anymore. All right, you guys are too impatient. Io. All right, I'll talk. Elder Ming, you're asking for a beating. Sai, you guys, I'll talk. Do you know where Du Feng is from? Where? I don't know either. Io. Everyone, listen to me. Don't fight. I'll beat you to death if you keep us guessing. All right. Du Feng is related to Snow Lunar Pavilion. Snow Lunar Pavilion. Snow Lunar Pavilion practices swordsmanship, right? Snow Lunar Pavilion was a famous first-rate faction in the Ji Dynasty's martial arts world. I heard that Du Feng's fiancé is a disciple of Snow Lunar Pavilion. Oh, that's possible. Someone answered. The female disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion are all beauties. Which young master wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, Snow Lunar Pavilion is very strict. There's no way to take advantage of them. I say, these women are too fierce. No matter how beautiful they are, they can't be touched. That's because you don't know the beauty of martial arts masters. No matter how fierce a woman is, once she marries into the family, will she beat up her husband? With such a martial arts master at home, you'll feel more at ease, right? You're right. The female disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion are indeed in high demand. Dufang's wife is a disciple of Snow Lunar Pavilion. This is big news. What's the use of knowing? Someone curled his lips in disdain. Dufang is not easy to deal with. Snow Lunar Pavilion is even harder to deal with. Who would dare to mess around? Where did this Dufang come from? Who knows? Maybe he's a disciple of some hidden faction? Usually, there's no lack of people like this who amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, however. His swordsmanship is too powerful. Thousands of people have died in his hands, right? He's really a ruthless killer. If you line up 1,000 people and cut them down one by one, I won't be able to do it. Chuli frowned as he listened to their news and shook his head. There was really no useful news. Chapter 264. P.S. If there are 6 updates, then the update time will be 8, 10, 14, 16, 18, 20, 6 time points. If it's the 3rd update, it will be updated at 8, 14, and 20. Since I'm working so hard, please subscribe. I really need everyone's support. What kind of secret is that? Which month doesn't he steal a girl? Eldest young master is wise and powerful. Is there no way to deal with him? How do I treat it? Someone scoffed. What's the use of eldest master being wise? The High Duke has the final say. He spoils his 2nd son. What can he do? It's true that a kind father spoils his son. Forget it. The High Duke's public house isn't too bad. If we take a lady back to the public house, we won't harm her life. Instead, she'll become a maid of the High Duke's public house. There are a lot of ladies waiting for 2nd young master to come and take them back. Bullsh *T. You were clearly trying to snatch him away, but you turned it into a good thing. Who can resist the recognition of the country? What else could he do if he didn't accept his fate? Besides, it's not easy to become a maid in the public house. It's very difficult to become one. In my opinion, we should let that white shroud Shindao come over and teach 2nd young master a lesson. Whenever the white shroud Shindao makes a move, his head would be separated from his body. Someone scoffed in disdain. No matter how powerful the white shroud Shindao is, would he dare to offend the House of High Dukes? He must be tired of living. That's true. The High Duke's public house is too overbearing. No one dares to provoke them. I don't think so. Looking at the white shroud Shindao's stance, he isn't afraid of anyone. The Godly Knife sect isn't small either. Wouldn't he be able to wipe them out just like that? Don't forget that the leader of the Godly Knife faction is a Grandmaster. To be able to kill a Grandmaster, one can indeed run amok in the world. Other than the Emperor, no one can do anything to him. Who said that? Oh, Lord Zeng of the Great Lane Temple. That's true. At the mention of the Tempest Temple, they immediately fell silent. No matter how powerful a Grandmaster was, it would be useless against the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple's antique martial arts were profound and powerful, and they could defeat a Grandmaster. There was no lack of Grandmasters among the traitorous disciples of the Tempest Temple, but all of them ended up being escorted back to the temple and dealt with according to the temple rules. Over the years, many Grandmasters had died. Most of them were killed by the Great Tempest Temple. Moreover, it was rumored that the Great Tempest Temple had an enlightened master. Chuli frowned at the mention of the Tempest Temple. He thought of the strange technique that Fa Yuan and the others had displayed. If they were to meet again, Chuli dare not say that he would definitely win. The Tempest Temple's foundation was too deep, and they had an endless stream of mystical arts that were impossible to defend against. Look, look! 2nd young master is stealing a woman again. Someone shouted. Whoosh! People ran to the window and huddled together to look down. Chu Li's table was next to the window. Soon, 5 to 6 men crowded around him and peered down. Chuli took a step back and moved away from the window. He sat on the other side of the table and used his divine perception. Lu Yushu was sitting on a horse. He was handsome and elegant. His horse was snow white. There was not a single strand of white hair on his body. His eyes shone with spiritual energy. The white horse walked slowly along the street, lazily. Beside Lu Yushu were 2 elderly men. In front of him were 4 young bodyguards. Behind him was a small green sedan, carried by 4 strong bearers. A woman's sobs could be heard coming from inside the sedan. It sounded like she was complaining. His omniscient mirror clearly saw that there was a beautiful girl in the sedan. Her acupuncture points were sealed, and she sat motionless. Her eyes were red and swollen. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Chuli frowned. The dignified Ren public house had the wise and mighty Lu Yulo, and the meticulous Lu Yurong. How could she tolerate such a spoiled brat to ruin the reputation of the public house? What a joke! The public house's reputation in the martial arts world was that of a hawk and a hound. They were condemned by thousands of people. In addition to Lu Yushu's behavior, they hated him even more. It even provoked public anger. Chuli raised his eyebrows and suddenly frowned. He saw the people on the street pointing and gossiping, but they did not look disgusted. Instead, they looked happy, as if they were envious of the person in the sedan. This thought made him shake his head helplessly. The human heart was really hard to understand. Which family did he steal this time? Who knows? He's really lucky. Not necessarily. What if he doesn't want to enter the public house? Who doesn't want to enter the public house? It's just that this way of entering the public house is a little ugly. No matter what, as long as he can get in. This girl has such a good life. From now on, she can wear silk and satin, eat meat, live in luxury. She's ascending to the heavens in one step. Chuli pressed on his knife and shook his head with a bitter smile. Lu Yushu swaggered on his horse. The people automatically opened up a path and watched them leave. Brother, this is my first time in the public house. I would like to ask what happened just now. Chuli stopped a young man and smiled. He obviously kidnapped a girl. Why isn't anyone angry? This young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He scratched his head and sat opposite him. He sighed. I'd be lying if I said I'm not angry. Chuli nodded. This was normal. However, other than this matter, the rest of the High Duke's public house is very good. No violence is allowed in the city. Those martial arts masters are obedient, and everyone is not afraid of them. The honest young man smiled. Just this alone is enough to make everyone very grateful. Chuli nodded. Chongming Town was like this. Green Mountain Town was the same. The young man continued. And under the public house's deterrence, the mayor and inspector are very obedient. They are submissive to the people. If it wasn't for the public house suppressing them, there wouldn't be such a good thing. Is the High Duke's public house that powerful? Chuli laughed. The young man said, other public houses can't do it. Our Ren public house can. Why is that? Lady Lu is very powerful. The young man gave a thumbs up. He looked at her with admiration. Lady Lu is very skillful. Men can't compare to her. In the beginning, the mayor and inspector were very dissatisfied. But after being taught a few lessons by Lady Lu, they finally became obedient. I see. Chuli nodded slowly. If it was Lu Yurong, he would not be surprised. Lu Yurong was very skillful. It was enough to subdue 2 old officials. In short, other than the second young master of the public house, Master Xiao and Lady Lu are very good. The young man sighed. Everyone has their flaws. The public house is the same. Everyone can tolerate it. Thank you for telling me. Chuli smiled. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, Lu Yushu was still riding his horse along the main street. He was lazy and arrogant. He did not look at the people around him. Lu Yushu laughed coldly in his heart. Laugh all you want. If I'm afraid of you laughing, I won't be the master of the public house. Humph. A bunch of stupid commoners who don't know anything. How would they know my difficulties? Sigh. It was all because of little sister. She made him a scapegoat. She made him do this kind of dirty work. He could only blame his poor birth. Little sister also knows how to make a mess. But she is spoiled by the old man. Everyone has to listen to her. If this continues, who will be the master of the public house? He, Big brother must be troubled too. He can't wait to marry her off. Too bad, she doesn't like men. She hates men. She only likes women. These women were snatched by him, but now they belong to little sister. How unfair. Chuli was shocked when he saw this. The beauties that Lu Yushu snatched belong to Lu Yurong? Lu Yurong likes women? Chuli touched his chin and smiled. This is interesting. Chapter 265. Chuli saw a skinny young man standing in front of the 4 public house protectors, dressed in white, with a long blade at his waist, staring coldly at Lu Yushu. The white horse stopped on its own. Lu Yushu lazily glanced at the skinny young man, scoffed. "Who are you?" "I am Du Feng." The skinny young man shouted. "White Shroud Chief." "It's White Shroud Chief." The people around were shocked, staring at Du Feng curiously. Chuli was stunned too. White Shroud Chief. He focused his gaze, using the omniscient mirror to scan this White Shroud Chief. He immediately shook his head and sneered. "White Shroud Chief? You're that White Shroud Chief?" Lu Yushu lazily sized him up, shook his head. "You don't look like much, and you're wearing a white robe. I hate men who wear white robes the most." The skinny young man scoffed. "The dignified public house. How dare you kidnap a woman in a peaceful day? Where are the laws of the country? The laws of the country can't control your public house, but I, White Shroud Chief, will do something about it. Let her go." "Ha ha, how arrogant." Lu Yushu looked up to the sky and laughed. He was overjoyed. The skinny young man stared at him expressionlessly. Lu Yushu laughed for a while, then shook his head. "Hey, White Shroud Chief, have you fallen for this beauty? It's okay. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give her to you." "Shut up." The skinny young man scoffed coldly. "I just can't bear to see you kidnap a woman. How did you fall for her? Don't talk nonsense. If she's an ugly girl, would you still save her?" "Of course. You're so righteous." Lu Yushu shook his head, chuckled. "We're all men, we understand. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Are you going to hand her over or not?" The skinny young man scoffed. "If you hand her over, I'll spare your life today. Or else, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll cut off your head. I like to see how capable you are." Lu Yushu lazily waved his hand. The elder in black next to him floated out and came before the skinny young man. "You are the white-robed Shindao. You're a grandmaster, yet you're bowing and scraping to serve others. You're a disgrace to the martial arts world." The skinny young man sneered. "Don't blame me for being merciless when I chop off your head." "Gaideth?" Lucien grinned. Was he jealous of the broken bones and flying mercifully? He punched out. There was a muffled bang sound in the air. It was like an explosion. The thin young man sneered and unsheathed his long saber. A silver streak of light slashed down. Bang! The blade and the fist collided, and the force of the collision spread out in all directions. The clothes of the surrounding people fluttered loudly, as if a gale had blown past. They involuntarily took a few steps back, as if pushed by the tide. He staggered. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a grandmaster, impressive, amazing, good fist technique. The thin young man shouted, and the blade light swept towards the black-robed old man like a storm. Everyone was dazzled, and all that was left was praise. What a powerful blade technique. What a fast blade, as expected of the White Shroud Divine Blade. Ding, 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 ding. The black-robed old man's fists accurately hit the blade. With each punch, the dazzling blade light dimmed a little, then dazzled again and dimmed again. Flickering and flickering. The people watching were dazzled. Lu Yushu lazily looked at the field, curled his lips, and said loudly, "The White Shroud Divine Blade is only so-so." Oomph. The thin young man snorted coldly. The blade light exploded, and his speed increased by a notch. Chuli squinted his eyes. "Hey!" The black-robed old man growled, his fists expanded, and his speed increased. He waved both fists, and the sky was filled with fist shadows. It looked like there were dozens of hands, completely covering his body. He blocked the blade light. The frenzied blade was extremely fast, but could not break through the blockade of the fists. Every blade was hit by the fists, and his momentum could not increase. He forcefully suppressed it. There were many masters in the crowd. Seeing the two were evenly matched, they could not help but whisper to each other. Doesn't the White Shroud Divine Blade only use one blade to kill? Nonsense, that's for those below the Grandmaster level. Can a Grandmaster be killed with one blade? That's true. One blade can kill a Grandmaster. You have to be at least an enlightened master. The Grandmaster of the House of High Dukes. How bad can he be? This old man is Han Yiming, the world's top master. The White Shroud Divine Blade can block so many attacks. He's considered good. Pity, pity. Pity what? The White Shroud Divine Blade's undefeated legend is probably going to end. How can there be an undefeated master? He knows there's a tiger in the mountain, but he still went to the tiger's mountain. This courage and spirit, we still admire him. How can we have the guts to go against the House of High Dukes? It's important to know yourself, to go against the House of High Dukes, unless you live in seclusion. How else can you survive? Sigh, the crowd discussed, their eyes still fixed on the field. The thin young man's blade technique was getting sharper. The opposite fist shadows were also getting denser. Ding! In a long, soft ring, the thin young man's long blade flew out. The people all moved away, afraid of being hit by the blade and hurt. Ding! The long blade flipped in the air for 2 feet and fell on the bluestone floor. The crowd suddenly went silent, staring at the thin young man in shock. The awe-inspiring White Shroud Divine Blade, who was like the sun in the sky, was defeated in front of their eyes. This made them feel a little complicated, but also more respectful towards the House of High Dukes. The master, who was rumored to be like a god, almost like a martial arts legend, when faced with the master of the House of High Dukes, he could only admit defeat. The House of High Dukes was like a towering mountain, unsurmountable. Huh? Lu Yushu laughed. White Shroud Divine Blade. To be able to exchange so many blows with Elder Han. You're quite capable. I've always liked talented people. I cherish them. The thin young man's face was gloomy. He stared at him without moving. Lu Yushu smiled. How about this? If you come to our House of High Dukes, 10,000 silvers a month, and other elixirs. The crowd was in an uproar. 10,000 silvers. 10,000 silvers. That was an unbelievable amount of money. Lu Yushu continued, if you want to eradicate the injustice in the world, then come to the House of High Dukes, those martial arts masters who use their martial arts to commit crimes. With their high level of martial arts, they're all targets of the House of High Dukes. If you come, the House of High Dukes' power will increase greatly. We'll punish the evil. How about that? The thin young man's face was gloomy. He hesitated. The crowd could not help but think along Lu Yushu's words. Although the second young master was a playboy, what he said was reasonable. The House of High Dukes still had a good reputation. They were the public enemy of the martial arts masters. How about this? Lu Yushu said loudly, 20,000 silvers? I'll give you 20,000 silvers a month. This way you can help a lot of poor people. You can do good and help the poor. You can also get rid of evil. Why not? The thin young man was still hesitating. Lu Yushu jumped down from his horse, approached him. He smiled. Then it's decided. Our House of High Dukes is thirsty for a master like you. Little sister will definitely like you and put you in an important position. Brother Du, the black-robed elder, Han Yiming said lightly. We entered the House of High Dukes not for glory and wealth. With our abilities, glory and wealth are at our fingertips. It's only for a responsibility, to punish the evil. If we do it alone, we'll be weak. With the help of the House of High Dukes, we can get rid of more evildoers. All right, the thin young man sighed. Then I'll give it a try. P.S. Everyone's monthly tickets are awesome. Subscriptions are awesome. Gifts are awesome too. Thank you very much. Originally, I wanted to make a list of gifts at the end of every chapter, but after thinking about it, it's like a list of the staff in a movie. Only those on the list will watch it. When my hands and eyes hurt from writing and my heart is tired, I'll look at the monthly tickets on my phone and go to the backstage to see the list of gifts. Then I'll have the motivation to work harder. Every monthly ticket giver can see it on the Writer's Assistant app. Every gift giver can be seen backstage, grateful, happy. The only way to repay is to write harder. Chapter 266. Good, that's more like it. From now on, we'll drink from the same bowl and kill the thieves. Han Ming smiled. Drink from the same bowl and kill the thieves. The skinny young man, closed fist, saluted. That's what I want. Guards, let this lady go. Lu Yushu turned his head and ordered to be able to invite the white shroud Shan Dao into the public house. Congratulations. Let this lady go and let her choose. The four porters who had been carrying the palanquin put down the green palanquin and lifted the curtains, revealing a pitiful beauty. One of the porters touched the lady's shoulder. She trembled and slowly stood up. Lu Yushu sized her up, feeling pity. Such a beauty did not belong to him, but to his little sister. It was truly a reckless waste of God's gift. Little beauty, we'll let you go today. Lu Yushu smiled. Tell me, do you want to go home or follow me and become a maid in the public house? I. The beautiful lady lowered her head. When the people saw such a beauty, they all sighed. No wonder second young master would fall for her and snatch her away. Little beauty, if you want to go home, I'll send someone to send you back. I won't snatch you away anymore. Don't worry, although Lu Yushu, I'm a man of my words. Lu Yushu said frivolously. His face was full of smiles. However, he was handsome. His actions did not offend the ladies. Many ladies on the street wished they could swap places with this beauty and be snatched back by second young master Lu. If you want to go back with me, then be a maid. Lu Yushu chuckled and said, the maids of our public house are not ordinary. Other than me, no one can bully you, and outside of the public house, no one would dare to touch you. Think about it. Do you want to stay in a poor and dirty house, or enter the public house and live a life of luxury? You only have one chance. He smiled strangely. He was curious. How would this little beauty choose? I want to go back. The beautiful lady said softly. Lu Yushu was stunned. He looked at her in shock, but he smiled. You're quite ambitious, all right. Everyone has their own ambitions. We can't force them. Since she doesn't want to live a good life, then forget it. Send her back. Yes, young master, the four porters said solemnly. Everyone on the street cheered. Lu Yushu silently scolded them for being a bunch of idiots. He lazily ignored them and leaped onto his horse. Brother Du, then I shall await your arrival in the residence. Wait. Just as he was about to return to the residence, Chu Li appeared. He was dressed in a white robe with a treasured saber at his waist. He stood quietly on the street, blocking their way. Who are you? Lu Yushu frowned and shouted. Don't think that the second master is easy to talk to. Get lost. Chu Li gave a fist salute and said calmly, I'm Du Feng. Du Feng? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the skinny young man. The slender young man frowned and scoffed. Du Feng? You're also called Du Feng? Chu Li looked at him with a faint smile. Chungueha, when did you change your name to Du Feng? You even changed your surname. You don't even want your ancestors anymore? You? Who the hell are you? Chungueha snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Li sighed. Chungueha, aren't you the rank 5 protector of the House of High Dukes? I am Du Feng, Chungueha said in a low voice. Not Chungueha. Chu Li turned to look at Lu Yushu. What did I do to deserve the House of High Duke's attention, to ruin my reputation? Who the hell are you? Lu Yushu scoffed. Who sent you to defame the House of High Dukes? Sigh. Chu Li shook his head. He suddenly took a step forward and appeared in front of Chungueha. A flash of the blade. Chungueha's belt split open and a shiny silver waist tag fell to the ground with a clang. Everyone was in an uproar. They were very familiar with this waist tag. The House of High Duke's protector silver tag was very powerful in the Green Hill Road. When the silver tag appeared, it was unimpeded. Chungueha did not move and was stunned. Chu Li's flash of the blade kept flashing in his mind. His whole body felt cold and his body went limp. When he realized the waist tag fell to the ground, he quickly picked it up. Chu Li extended his blade and picked up the silver tag with the tip of the blade. It rolled in the air, allowing everyone to see it clearly. One side was branded with the words Ren Public House. The other side was branded with the words Chungueha. Each side had 5 stars. Lu Yushu secretly scolded him for being an idiot. He actually brought the waist tag with him to do this kind of thing. He could not be any more stupid. Little sister also miscalculated. How could she use such an idiot? What if he accidentally dropped it during the fight? But he did not know that Chungueha was not stupid. He was too smart. When he received this task, he was anxious. This matter could be faked for real. Lady wanted him to act as if Du Feng was defeated and joined the House of High Dukes. But what if he, the fake Du Feng, was killed during the fight? Lady's plans were always changing and changed randomly. There was no such thing as a fixed plan. With this waist tag, in case they were faking it for real, he could throw the waist tag out. Maybe he would have a chance of survival. Everyone started discussing and looked at Chu Li curiously. It seemed that this was the real Du Feng, the White Shroud Shindao. Yes, he was really good, plotting against the White Shroud Shindao like this, attacking his prestige, killing without spilling any blood. It must be the clever third lady. Chu Li held onto his sword and looked at Lu Yu Shu. Second young master. Don't you want to give me an explanation? Explanation? Lu Yu Shu scoffed indifferently. What explanation? Using my name to do something improper. Chu Li shook his head and said, the House of High Duke's move is petty. It's the work of a woman, right? So what? Lu Yu Shu pouted and scoffed. Du Feng, do you want to enter the House of High Dukes? When he heard Chu Li scolding third lady for being petty, he was secretly pleased. Chu Li sighed. I am a man from the mountains. I'm used to being lazy. I can't be restrained. I can't be ordered around by others. I can only decline second young master's good intentions. That's a pity, Lu Yu Shu said. The door of our House of High Dukes will always be open to you. Chu Li smiled. Second young master, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about him impersonating me. Are you going to let it go just like that, second young master? Oh, I won't let it go. What do you want? Lu Yu Shu smiled. Do you really want to be the enemy of the House of High Dukes? Chu Li said. I cherish my reputation. I want to compete with this senior. Elder Han? Lu Yu Shu looked at Han Yimeng. He was also curious about how strong Chu Li's martial arts was. From his appearance, Du Feng looked like someone who didn't know martial arts. His white robe fluttered without a speck of dust. He didn't look like a martial artist at all. He looked more like a scholar. Han Yimeng said in a low voice, All right, then let's learn from each other. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Everyone immediately retreated. This was the real White Shroud Shindao. He was no joke. He killed people like cutting melons and vegetables. Han Yimeng fiercely threw a punch. Chu Li's body and blade became one. He turned into a flash of light, instantly cutting through the fist force. The blade slashed across Han Yimeng's neck. Chu Li sheathed his blade and returned to his original position. Han Yimeng didn't move. It was like he was frozen. He slowly touched his neck. There was still a faint chill, but his neck was smooth and flat. There was no injury, but his neck was clearly cut by a blade just now. Chu Li calmly said, The back of the blade. Han Yimeng looked at Chu Li in shock. Lu Yu Shu's expression also changed slightly. Chapter 267. P.S. Do you think you're different? You're just a mortal. I mistook Du Feng for Lu Feng in the previous chapter. Please forgive me. I sincerely apologize. Chu Li shook his head. Protectors of the House of High Dukes are just so-so. Let me experience your skills. Another elder in linen stepped forward and closed fists saluted. I'm Lu Zhiji, also surnamed Lu. Chu Li nodded. Please. Lu Zhiji unsheathed his sword and slowly pointed it at Chu Li. The blade was like a pool of spring water. With a hum, the blade trembled like a snake that came alive. It shot out fiercely and instantly pierced Chu Li's chest. Chu Li turned sideways and swung his blade. A flash of light streaked across Lu Zhiji's neck. The long sword pierced through thin air. Lu Zhiji froze and did not move. After a moment, he touched his neck. His face was pale. Fortunately, it was the back of the blade. Otherwise, his head would have been removed. This Du Feng's blade technique was amazing. Chu Li looked at Lu Yu Shu and calmly took a step forward. What are you doing? Lu Yu Shu was shocked by the flash of the blade. Seeing this, he shouted, Du Feng, you really have some skills. Chu Li said, Second young master, your family is very knowledgeable. How about a spar? Du Feng, you want to go against the House of High Dukes? Lu Yu Shu shouted. Chu shook his head. Second young master. The House of High Dukes made the first move. I had no choice but to fight back. The House of High Dukes is as tyrannical as the rumors say. Stop. Suddenly, there was a shout from afar. Chu turned his head and smiled. The people around them exclaimed in surprise, and they quickly made way for him. 3 people slowly walked over. The one in front was a graceful woman. Her face was covered with a white veil. Only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water could be seen. As she looked around, her eyes were full of charm. Behind her were 2 elders. One was Shiwu. His expression was solemn. The other one was familiar to Chu. He had seen him twice. He was the top master of the House of High Dukes. The 2 followed her step by step and respectfully followed behind her. Her identity was obvious. Lady Lu Yurong of the Ren public house. Lu Yurong was covered by a white veil, but she still made people feel that she was a great beauty. They could not take their eyes off her. I dare not. Chu closed fist and pretended not to know. Lady, you are. I dare not claim to be invincible. Chu closed fist, saluted, and pretended not to know anything. May I know who you are? I am Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong curtsied. Mr. Du, it was indeed my idea to find someone to impersonate Mr. Du and enter the public house. Lu Yurong, Yu Lu said. Yu Lu. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes. I admire your great name, and would like to invite you to join the public house as a high official to help the public house eliminate evil and to cleanse the martial arts world. Miss Lu, you are of noble birth. I am not worthy of your hospitality, but you are only inviting me with such a wonderful method. I cannot accept it. His gaze pierced into Lu Yurong's eyes like lightning. Lu Yurong's eyes were watery and moist, unaffected. Yes, it's my fault. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. You phone. I wouldn't dare. Chu waved his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, mister. How about I play host? Lu Yurong said. Chu shook his head. There's no need for that. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Wait. Lu Yurong waved her hand. If you go to the House of High Duke for a drink, you will have concerns. How about this? I will prepare a banquet at the Merciful Heart brothel. Sir, please condescend yourself. I have something important to ask you. If that's the case, very well. Chu closed fist saluted. Sir, please. Lu Yurong nodded lightly. The surrounding people looked at their disappearing silhouettes in disgust. Miss Lu is indeed extraordinary. You know when to yield and when to stand tall. As the lady of the House of High Dukes, why do you need to be so courteous? He must have felt that this white shroud Shundao is indeed powerful. That's why he acted like this. If the white-robed divine blade wasn't here, I'm afraid his reputation would already be— I didn't even see how the saber was executed. I didn't see it clearly either. The people discussed animatedly, but all of them were envious and jealous of Chu. To be personally invited by Miss Lu and to have such an attitude, he really did not waste his life. He did not waste his time as a man. Chu and Lu Yurong sat opposite each other. The 2 of them were in a private room on the 4th floor of the Merciful Heart brothel. Through the window, they could overlook the streets below, the streets, the buildings. When the window was closed, the room was silent, as if it was 2 different worlds. Lu Yushu had already returned with a face full of dirt. Shiwu took the plates from the waiter and personally brought them to the table. He placed them one by one and filled the silver cups for the 2 of them. His movements were smooth and steady. Lu Yurong was wearing a bluish-white gown. She had already taken off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Her charming face revealed a dignified and quiet temperament. Sitting quietly at the table, she had a sense of elegance and nobility. She raised her hand. Shiwu bowed and retreated to the back, motionless. The room was elegantly decorated, hiding luxury in the plain, ingenious. A faint fragrance wafted from Lu Yurong's body, provoking wild and fanciful thoughts. Chu sat calmly opposite her, his expression peaceful. Lu Yurong lifted the silver cup and revealed a faint smile. This cup, I would like to apologize to Sir. My methods were not open and above board, damaging Sir's clean reputation. She raised her sleeve to cover her face and drained the cup in one gulp. She stepped forward to fill the silver cup, bowed, and retreated. Lu Yurong raised her cup again. This cup, I would like to toast, sir, to eliminate evil and punish evil. It is very satisfying. She covered her face with her sleeve and drained the cup in one gulp. She stepped forward to fill the cup, bowed, and retreated. Lu Yurong raised her silver cup again. This cup I would like to toast, sir, on behalf of the innocent people who died. She drained the cup in one gulp again. After drinking 3 cups of wine on an empty stomach, her beautiful face blushed, delicate and beautiful. Chuli had been sitting quietly all along. After watching her drink 3 cups, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. She stepped forward to fill the 2 silver cups, bowed, and retreated behind Lu Yurong. He closed the curtains and remained motionless like a statue. Lu Yurong looked at him quietly. I know, sir does not want to enter the house of Duke. Her eyes were moving. Her temperament was dignified and calm, luxurious and graceful. It was a perfect match with her original beauty, forming an endless temptation. Yes. Chuli drank a cup of wine, slowly put down the silver cup, and looked at her calmly. People from the mountains prefer to live a leisurely life. I am really not used to working in the house of Duke. I can only thank Lady Lu for her kindness. Sigh, such a pity. Lu Yurong shook her head and sighed, waved her hand, indicating for Shi Wu to step down, and personally filled the silver cup for him. The house of Duke is understaffed. It is a pity that many people in the martial arts world are afraid of being cursed, so they are stingy and do not enter the house of Duke, causing bandits to flourish in the area under their jurisdiction, even if they want to kill the bandits. They are powerless. Chuli was silent. This was a fact. The 12 houses of Duke all had this difficulty, so they cultivated their own masters. But how could the masters of one house be compared to the masters of the martial arts world? Lu Yurong said lightly, a hero like sir is rare in the martial arts world. I am very impressed. Lady Lu, you flatter me. Chuli shook his head. Lu Yurong said, since young, you have suffered countless hardships, suffered countless crimes, and finally mastered the ultimate martial arts. So you completely let yourself go. Do whatever you want, prey on the common people, bully the weak. You do not know how many people in the martial arts world like this. It is really disappointing. Chuli said, the martial arts world has always been like this. That is why it is rare to have someone like sir. Lu Yurong said, what is righteous? There is no fear. Sir also knows that there will be countless storms waiting for you in the future. But you can still be like this. It is really rare. Chuli smiled lightly. Chapter 268. P.S. The last chapter is late. This one is a little earlier. It can be offset, right? Chuli raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong looked at him naturally. Thank you for your kindness, Lady Lu, Chuli said. I will remember it. Lu Yurong smiled. All right. I will not force you. I am curious. How did you train your knife technique? It is amazing. Chuli's cultivation level was much weaker than his own. Usually, he would disperse his inner energy and store it in the void. Once he needed to use it, he would use the life and death scripture to retrieve it. With the void as his body, outsiders would not be able to tell. The power of the 7 forms of godly knife was amazing, especially after mastering the last 6 forms. The power of the first form was doubled. The blade of eternity gathered all the inner energy in the body into one blade, while the 7 forms of divine blade gathered all the inner energy in one blade and multiplied its power. It was as if the blade of eternity was combined with the infinite Azure Sea technique, stacking the inner energy and multiplying the power. It was not an exaggeration to call the 7 forms of godly knife a godly knife. Chuli smiled. When a knife technique is trained to the extreme, it will surpass the limit of inner energy. Lu Yurong's eyes focused. How can the knife technique be trained to the extreme? Chuli smiled without saying a word. Sitting closer, he could see that Lu Yurong was not an ordinary person. At first glance, she did not seem to know martial arts, just like himself. If it was not for the omniscient mirror, he would have been fooled. The omniscient mirror could see through everything. Her inner energy was hazy and vague, like smoke or fog. It was very strange. The purer a martial artist's inner energy was, the more solid it was, like mercury or water. Her misty inner energy did not seem to be a threat. But he had seen Prince Anne's injuries and knew how powerful Lu Yurong's inner energy was. Lu Yurong said, "I have a suggestion. Please consider it." Chuli gestured for her to speak. Lu Yurong said, "How about I cooperate with you?" "How?" "The public house will provide information." Lu Yurong said, "It is up to you to kill or not. If you need any help, you can look for the public house." Lu Yurong continued, "The High Duke's public house will assist in investigating the whereabouts of whichever thief you wish to kill. In this way, Mr. Lu and I are only friends, and it will not involve the High Duke's public house." Chuli remained silent. Lu Yurong poured him another glass of wine. "Sir, you can consider it. It's just a small suggestion." Chuli said, "Lady Lu, there's something I don't understand." "Go ahead." Lu Yurong nodded lightly, her bright eyes looking at him quietly. "What's wrong with Second Master?" Chuli asked. "Why would he kidnap a girl? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case." Lu Yurong smiled and sighed. "It's just a self-deprecating act." Chuli replied with an "oh," and pretended to listen attentively. Lu Yurong said, "His Majesty is very suspicious, especially towards our public house. He is even more guarded against it. We have no choice but to come up with this plan to resolve His Majesty's suspicions." "If that's the case," Chuli frowned. Lu Yurong sighed. "Our public house has won the hearts of the people. We've managed Green Mountain Road like an iron bucket. Even water can't get in. How can His Majesty feel at ease?" Chuli nodded slowly. Lu Yurong said, "Instead of His Majesty making a move, why not let Second Brother tarnish the public house's reputation? It's like killing two birds with one stone." "Killing two birds with one stone?" "It's difficult to find maids in the public house." Lu Yurong sighed softly and showed a weak smile. "Countless people want to put their hands on the public house. Some of them have ulterior motives. Some of them have their own interests." Chuli nodded slowly and took a sip from the silver cup. Lu Yurong said, "How can we use maids like this? Instead of being on guard, why not find maids ourselves?" "Interesting." Chuli smiled. Lu Yurong smiled. "I'll choose in secret and investigate thoroughly. If they're clean and have good qualifications, I won't let Second Brother use the excuse of kidnapping a girl to bring them into the public house." Chuli sighed. "Lady Lu, you're really meticulous. You're even better than a man. I'm a girl after all." Lu Yurong sighed and shook her head. "Women are naturally weak. If they want to succeed, they can only rely on men. Without someone like you to help, it's hard to achieve anything." Chuli put down the silver cup. "Forget it. Since Lady Lu is so honest, then let's work together. From now on, Sir and I are friends." Lu Yurong smiled sweetly. Her eyes were as bright as a pearl. "For our friendship, let's toast to Sir." She covered her face with her sleeve and drank it all in one gulp. She stepped forward and filled Chuli's cup. He whispered, "Lady, you can't drink anymore." Chuli smiled and picked up the silver cup. He drank it all in one gulp. Lu Yurong waved her hand. "It's okay. Today, I've met a person like Sir. It's okay to drink a few more cups. Your body—" Shiwu hesitated. Lu Yurong frowned and stared at him. Her jade-like face was crimson red, making her even more charming and seductive, causing ripples in one's heart. Shiwu helplessly bowed and retreated. "Come, let me toast to Sir again." Lu Yurong picked up the silver cup. She covered her face with her sleeve and drank it all in one gulp. Chuli also drank it all in one gulp. Lu Yurong's eyes were blurred. When she looked around, she was amorous. She sighed softly. "Sir, you're a hero. Among all the people I've met, only one can be compared to you." Chuli smiled. "Oh, I wonder if Sir knows about the public house?" "Of course. There's a rank 2 scribe in the public house. His name is Chuli." Lu Yurong sighed. Her eyes were blurred. "He's really a dragon among men. He's young but has extraordinary wisdom." "Chuli?" Chuli smiled. It was a strange feeling for him to say his own name. Lu Yurong nodded gently. In terms of martial arts, I'm afraid Chu Li won't lose to Sir. In terms of wisdom, he's even more amazing. To be honest, I admire him very much. Chu Li said, It's a pity that I can't meet him. Chu Li is a scribe in the public house. He doesn't leave the public house often. Lu Yurong sighed. It's not easy to meet him. Chu Li said, There are thousands of heroes in the world. I can't know all of them. Lu Yurong stretched out her right hand and waved it. It's different. It's different. This Chu Li is different. In terms of the world's young heroes, there are only the two of you. The rest are all ordinary people. I don't deserve that. Chu Li smiled. I'm just a martial artist. How can I be considered a hero? Sigh. If only I could invite this Chu Li to the public house. That would be great. Lu Yurong shook her head and sighed. It's a pity that he's loyal. He can only be my enemy, but not my friend. Since he's the lady's enemy, should I kill him? Chu Li asked. Lu Yurong quickly waved her hand and sighed. It's a pity to kill such a person. The lady's temperament is extraordinary. She's even better than a man. Chu Li slowly nodded. Chu Li held the silver cup. His emotions were complicated. Looking at Lu Yurong, whose eyes were blurred and her head lowered, he sighed to himself. Yes, it would be a pity to kill such a person. Shiwu said, Sir Du, the lady is drunk. I'll help her back to the public house. Chu Li nodded. Thank you. Lu Yurong raised her head and smiled. She closed fists saluted. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm really drunk. I'll drink with you another day. Chapter 269. The next morning, Lu Yurong came to the Hall of Benevolence. Only Lu Yushu was sitting at the table. Lu Yurong sat opposite Lu Yushu. The Hall of Benevolence was where the whole family gathered to eat together. A red sandalwood round table was placed in the middle of the room. Lu Yushu sat by the table, his head lowered in contemplation. The room was empty. Lu Yurong was dressed in a moon-white gown, looking refreshing and pleasant. Where's Big Brother? I'm too excited for my cultivation. I'm not eating anymore. Lu Yushu said in a muffled voice. He leaned back on the armchair and said lazily, I heard you were drunk yesterday. You've taken an extra 100 taels of silver this month. Lu Yurong said lightly, You'll make it up next month. I say last, don't interrupt. Lu Yushu slammed the table and shouted, As a young master, can I take a little more silver to use? I can't, Lu Yurong said lightly. Lu Yushu scoffed and deflated. Is there a need for that? He's just a white shroud, Shindao. I hate men who are white the most. Lu Yurong raised her voice. Elder Shi, let them serve the dishes. Yes, Shiwu's voice came from outside. Lu Yushu said, If it's up to me, we should just kill him right away. It'll be considered a show of strength. This guy is crazy. Establishing dominance? Lu Yurong said lightly. To kill Du Feng, how many masters do you think we'll need? You've also seen his saber skills. Can Elder Shi and the others win one-on-one? If one isn't enough, then 2, 3. Lu Yushu scoffed. I don't believe that we can't take care of him. If he doesn't give face to the House of High Dukes, then we'll take care of him and intimidate the rascals. You only know how to kill. Lu Yurong shook her head and said disappointedly, What can you achieve with just killing? That Du fellow isn't the same. He only knows how to kill. Lu Yushu was unconvinced. He's killing the wicked and enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Yurong said angrily, What about you? You kill anyone you don't like just because they're wearing white? Isn't that right? Anyway, none of the men in white are good people. Lu Yushu pursed his lips. Killing them is the right thing to do. Don't tell me you've fallen for this white shroud, Shindao. What do you think? Lu Yurong said. Lu Yushu sighed. That's true, you like women. Who said I like women? Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him. Don't spout nonsense. Lu Yushu said, I see that you prefer to be with women. I don't like women, and I don't like men either. Love affairs are too boring and will only delay the proper business. You? Lu Yushu shook his head. You're too ambitious. Second brother, if you're useful, I won't have to work hard. Lu Yurong scoffed. Lu Yushu said, If you don't like him, then why do you treat him so well? There's no need. Lu Yurong sighed. His tone was gentle as he said earnestly, "Our House of High Dukes is powerful. If we want people to be loyal to us, we must use kindness and sincerity to move people." Lu Yushu pursed his lips. "Make friends. One more friend means one more path. You're good. You're cutting yourself off from others. Forget it. There's no point in telling you all this. Next month, 100 taels will be deducted. If you provoke Mr. Du, don't even think about leaving the residence next month." "Who's the older brother and who's the younger sister?" Lu Yushu yelled angrily. A few maids came in and laid out 10 dishes and 2 bowls of soup. Lu Yurong ignored him, took the silver chopsticks, and started to eat. Her movements were elegant. Lu Yushu quickly shut up. He had to maintain his reputation in front of the maids. A man's reputation was important. This younger sister was too smart. He originally wanted to teach Du a lesson or even kill him, but he was seen through, so he could only give up. Shiwu suddenly came in and handed over a letter. "My lady, Mr. Du sent someone to deliver this." Lu Yurong was stunned. Shiwu opened it and shook it. He passed it to Lu Yurong after confirming that there was nothing strange. Lu Yurong glanced at it and quickly put down the silver chopsticks. "Mr. Du is leaving. I have to send him off. Old Shi, prepare the horse." "Yes," Shiwu responded and hurried out. "Du is leaving?" Lu Yushu laughed. "He's quite sensible." Lu Yurong glared at him and turned to leave. Shiwu had already prepared 2 handsome red horses outside the residence and a moon-white cloak in his hand. As soon as Lu Yurong came out, Shiwu handed her the cloak and mounted the horse. "Go!" The 2 horses rushed to the main street. Lu Yurong wore a white veil. She followed closely behind Shiwu and galloped on the horse. Her cloak fluttered and she looked valiant. Shiwu stretched out his palm from time to time, and the pedestrians in front who could not avoid in time were smoothly pushed out. They went out of the town unimpeded. Chuli asked someone to send a letter to the House of High Dukes and left the inn. He walked out of the town. He felt that there was no benefit in staying here. It was better to leave early to avoid endless trouble in the future. As an enemy, if he could not concentrate on dealing with the other party, he would be asking for trouble. He investigated the situation of the Hawaii public house last night, and it was shocking. There were 14 grandmasters in the Rin public house. Lu Yurong was too good at forbearance. She had one trump card after another. He saw many people from the martial arts world in the inn, eyeing him covetously. They had prepared a way to poison him. If the poison failed, they would kill him and force him to make a move. If he made a move, the House of High Dukes would have to make a move. They would rather sacrifice themselves to force the House of High Dukes to deal with him. Chuli had killed too many people. These people would inevitably have brothers and sisters or master and apprentices. Even if they could not kill him, they would use the House of High Dukes to make him shed a layer of skin. Chuli thought about it and felt that his hands and feet were tied in Green Mountain Town. It was better to leave. As he walked, he pondered and looked around. There were people following him, and they did not come with good intentions. His pace was calm, and he did not use his light body technique. He unknowingly walked 2 miles. "Mr. Du." The sound of horses' hooves came from afar, and Lu Yurong's mellow and moving voice followed. Chuli turned his head and saw 2 horses carrying Lu Yurong and Shiwu galloping over. The white cloak fluttered in the wind. The horses were like dragons, and the people were like jade. When they came near, Lu Yurong leaped off the horse and stared at him. "Mister, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chuli pointed around and sighed. "It's better to leave." Lu Yurong's bright eyes swept over, and she scoffed. "What's there to be afraid of? Elder Shi." "Yes," Shiwu said in a low voice. He went into the woods, and there were screams and curses coming from inside. Lu Yurong ignored them and pointed to the pagoda beside the woods. "Let's go in and talk." The 2 came to the pagoda. Shiwu floated out of the woods and came to the pagoda. He wiped the stone table and stone block. Lu Yurong sat down gracefully and sighed. "It's only a short while, and we have to part ways. Mr. Du should stay for a few days." "I'll come again next time and stay for a few more days." Chuli smiled. "Where are you going?" Lu Yurong said. "Settle down and don't forget to write me a letter." "Okay." Chuli nodded. Suddenly, another horse galloped over. The rider was an old man in a crane cloak, a grandmaster. He carried a wooden box in his hand and came to the pagoda. He opened the wooden box and took out the wine and dishes inside. Shiwu poured wine for the two. I've prepared a little wine for you to leave. Lu Yurong lifted the silver cup, raised her sleeve to cover her face, and drank it in one gulp. Chuli also drank it in one gulp. The two ate a few mouthfuls of food and drank a glass of wine. Chapter 270. P.S. Revive with full health and continue to update 6 times. Let the monthly votes fly. Lu Yurong furrowed her brows. The gazebo was surrounded by hundreds of martial artists with swords and knives. They were densely packed together, glaring at Chu Li fiercely. There were also some who stared at her lustfully. Her expression did not change. After glancing at them, she continued to look at Chu Li. Chu Li's expression was calm. He smiled at Lu Yurong as he raised his silver cup and took a sip. Lu Yurong sighed. Mr. Du, it's a pity that we can't talk in peace. Chu Li shook his head. It doesn't matter. Since things have come to this, let's bid farewell for now. I'll take my leave first. See you again. He put down the silver cup, wrapped his fist in his palm, and leaped onto the railing. Then he leaped past the martial arts masters and leaped onto a tree. He stepped on the treetop and drifted away. Chase! The group of burly men hurriedly shouted and chased after him like a swarm of bees. Miss, why didn't Mr. Du kill them directly? Why did he flee in such a pathetic manner? Shiwu looked at the group of people who were chasing after them and asked in confusion. Lu Yurong shook her head and smiled. Does he not want to kill in front of Miss? Shiwu laughed. He's too lazy to kill them. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him. It's not worth it. These people are just seeking revenge and personal grudges. They're not evil people, so it's not good to kill them. Then he will be in trouble. Shiwu shook his head. If he doesn't kill them to establish his authority, there will be more people who want revenge. I don't think he cares, Lu Yurong said. That's why he can't stay in the city anymore. Otherwise, the city will be in chaos. He has a lot of painstaking effort. Shiwu suddenly understood and smiled. It seems that he really has feelings for you. Elder Shi, don't talk nonsense. Lu Yurong smiled and said, if he really wanted to, he wouldn't have left so cleanly. Du Xia from Snow Lunar Pavilion must be extraordinarily beautiful. I really want to meet her. Shiwu said, no matter how beautiful Du Xia is, how can she be compared to Lady? Xiao sure is prettier than me. Lu Yurong shook her head. Shiwu said, I don't think Xiao sure could be compared to Lady Xiao. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him and said, Elder Shi, you're trying to bewitch me. Shiwu chuckled. Let's go. Lu Yurong stood up gracefully and glanced at the direction where Chu Li disappeared. There are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't. This Du Feng really is a man of character. Shiwu smiled, but secretly shook his head. Du Feng was looking for trouble, indecisive and soft-hearted. He did not see any manly demeanor in Du Feng. Chu Li glided away at lightning speed. The burly men lowered their heads and chased after him with all their might. They didn't have the time to scold him and just kept their mouths shut. After chasing fiercely for a while, they had unknowingly run over 100 miles in a single breath, and all of them were panting from exhaustion. Chu Li laughed out loud and suddenly sped up, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it, are you kidding us? Truly, truly hateful. Surname Du, don't run if you have the guts. We'll definitely catch you, you spineless man. Let's attack the Snow Lunar Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent and turned to look at the person who spoke. This was a sturdy young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was panting heavily from running, his face flushed red. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he was stunned, not knowing what he had said wrong. Sigh, young man, it's impossible to attack the Snow Lunar Pavilion. Why? The sturdy young man was unconvinced. He must have gone to the Snow Lunar Pavilion. There's still his wife there. We could just kill them all. Sigh, what a rash young man. Young man, you can't offend the Snow Lunar Pavilion. A middle-aged man with a bare chest shook his head. We're not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Snow Lunar Pavilion. They don't have many people, do they? Not many people, and they're still a first-rate faction. Think about it. Are we just going to let it go like this? The sturdy young man was unconvinced. Are we just going to give up on this blood feud? He'll have to come out eventually. Once we hear news of him, we'll rush over. The middle-aged man chuckled. He can't be a coward for the rest of his life, right? That's right. Everyone nodded. The sturdy young man looked at the crowd and fell silent. He immediately understood. This motley crew said that they were here for revenge, but they were actually afraid. They knew that Dufone would not attack, which was why they were so daring and imposing. If Dufone were to really attack, they would probably run faster than dogs. Chuli did not go too far. He found a forest and stopped. He buried his long blade under a towering tree. He sat cross-legged on a thick, soft, withered leaf, and his mind went to the giant in the void of his mind. This giant was the heavenly demon and also himself. All humans had demonic characteristics and could turn into the heavenly demon. This heavenly demon's face was his current appearance. With a thought, the heavenly demon's face turned into another person, handsome and intimidating. The heavenly demon's aura that had been coiled around his heart quickly circulated around his body. After the heavenly demon's aura circulated once, his body slowly grew taller. He was slender and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. His facial features were handsome, and his face was like jade. Under the white robe, he really looked like an elegant young master. His heavenly demonic power was still shallow, and he did not usually cultivate much. He could only transform into two people, which was still far from being able to transform. If he wanted to transform more, the heavenly demon's aura in his heart would need to be even thicker. Now that the second transformation had almost depleted his heavenly demon's aura, he needed to cultivate more. Although he had the heavenly demon's inheritance, he did not know the details. He only dared to cultivate it after investigating, and had been restraining himself. However, he faintly felt that if he wanted to break through to the enlightened mastery's boundary, he would have to rely on the heavenly demonic power. However, he still needed to understand the origins of the heavenly demonic power. From the name, it was probably not that simple. If he were to cultivate it rashly, it would be bad if he left behind any future problems. Among the books he had read, he had only seen one that mentioned the heavenly demonic power. However, it was only mentioned once and not written much. Such a miraculous power was only mentioned once, as if there was fear in his heart. There was a strange feeling about it, which made him even more careful. The name Heavenly Demon was a little scary. If he did not feel that it was mysterious and unpredictable, he would not dare to cultivate it. If he could go to the imperial residence of King and read all the books in the imperial residence, he might be able to find out the origins and roots of the heavenly demon. He disappeared from the forest in a flash, and after a few flashes, he returned to the gate of the city. His white robe fluttered, and he paced with his hand behind his back. He looked around as if he was playing, and at one glance, it was obvious that he was a young master who came out to study. The two city guards glanced at him and ignored him. After Chuli entered the city, he bought a white jade folding fan. As he waved the folding fan, he looked more like a rich scholar. He waved the folding fan and entered the Merciful Heart brothel. He found a seat on the second floor and drank while listening to the discussions around him. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Haha, it's a pity. It's rare for the third lady to leave the imperial residence, and you didn't see her. But don't be too happy. The third lady was wearing a veil, and you didn't see her. That's different. Someone hurriedly refuted and laughed. The third lady's beauty doesn't need to be judged by her face. That figure, that bearing, I get dizzy just by looking at it. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes. If you only look at her figure, isn't that Dufone getting dizzy? This white shroud Shendao is really amazing. He actually withstood the third lady's recruitment. Someone slammed the table and praised. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to take it. Isn't joining the House of High Duke a great thing? If you were Dufone, I would be the High Duke. Sigh, the third lady's style, her breadth of mind, it really makes me feel ashamed. Chuli shook his head and laughed. It seemed that Lu Yuron was also mysterious in their eyes. He left and returned to see this Lu Yurong clearly, to find out what secret she had and what heart technique she cultivated. Chapter 271. Under the night sky, Chuli changed into a black outfit and glided into the Rin public house. The Rin public house was heavily guarded, much more so than the E public house. The E public house had the geographical advantage. The isolated islands were extremely easy to defend, so they did not need to have sentries every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Chuli relied on the omniscient mirror to find out what was going on. Coupled with the scripture of life and death, his body was like a withered tree, merging with the world. He arrived at Lu Yurong's courtyard with ease. The courtyard was filled with blooming flowers, and a delicate fragrance floated in the air, refreshing the mind. He was very familiar with flowers and plants, so he could tell that this was a group of strange flowers. They didn't bloom during the day and only bloomed at night under the moonlight. Lu Yurong sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, reading. 8 palace lanterns hung in the pavilion, illuminating the place brightly. Lu Yurong was dressed in a pale blue gown. Beside her sat 2 beautiful maids in embroidered robes. From time to time, the 2 maids would stretch out their slender hands, pick up a piece of fruit, and put it in her mouth, or pick up a piece of dessert, after which they would feed her a mouthful of water. Lu Yurong held the scroll in her hand and seemed to be deep in thought. She was either deep in thought, or she continued to flip through the pages. When the melon or the fruit arrived, she would open her mouth. Her eyes never left the scroll, and her mind never wandered. Chuli laughed to himself. No wonder Lu Yushu said that she liked women. With the way she was behaving, no one would believe her if she said she did not like women. Lu Yurong suddenly put down her book and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. "Miss, is it time? Let's go." Lu Yurong nodded, put down the book, stood up, and walked out. The 3 women gracefully followed. Another 6 beautiful maids walked out of the courtyard and came to a palace on the side. The palace was spacious, and a statue of a fairy was placed in the center of the hall. Her facial features were vivid and lifelike, just like Lu Yurong. Her expression was cold and calm, as if she was looking down on all living things. She wore a pleated dress, and every fold was clearly visible. Under the statue was a table with an incense burner on it. There was a golden futon in front of the table. Around the statue, 9 red circles were drawn on the walls of the main hall, and within the circles, there were moon-white prayer mats. The distance between the 9 praying mats and the golden praying mats varied. Chuli glanced at it and vaguely felt that it was arranged according to the positions of the stars in the sky. After Lu Yurong entered the hall, she first lit a stick of incense in front of the statue, then slowly sat down on the golden cattail hassock. She closed her eyes and remained motionless. The other 9 women sat on their respective praying mats, calming their breathing and condensing their qi. Chuli stood under the wall of Lu Yurong's courtyard. Hiding in the shadows under the wall, Chuli remained motionless and looked at the reflection with the omniscient mirror. A fairy appeared in Lu Yurong's mind. She looked exactly the same as the statue outside. The only difference was that her eyes were closed. As time passed, the women's breathing began to synchronize, as if they were one person. The fairy in Lu Yurong's mind suddenly cast a spell and opened her eyes. Suddenly, 10 strange forces fell from the sky. It was injected into their bodies. This power entered his body and circulated in his meridians, following a special mental cultivation method. Chuli realized that Lu Yurong's heart technique was different from the other 9 girls. She guided the 10 energies to circulate as if she was pushing them to cultivate. This power was very similar to the erratic power in Lu Yurong's body. The omniscient mirror warned him that this was an extremely terrifying power, and he must not touch it. The fairy in Lu Yurong's mind changed her hands and closed her eyes. The 10 powers suddenly merged into one. A ray of light flashed across Lu Yurong's body. The other 9 powers gathered in her body. Chuli squinted his eyes. At this time, Lu Yurong exuded a terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast. She could swallow him in one gulp. The fairy in her mind changed her technique again. Lu Yurong's power surged and once again poured into the 9 women. Chu Li vaguely understood that this was a formation. The 9 women gathered their powers in her body, and she returned them the power. It seemed like there was no increase or decrease. However, Lu Yurong's improvement was extremely fast. It was like a river converging into a lake, and the lake overflowing into the river. It seemed like the lake's water did not increase or decrease, but it was still a lake. If they cultivated alone, without Lu Yurong's help, their cultivation would not be this fast. Lu Yurong could not be this fast without their help. They improved each other. It was really amazing. These 9 maids should not be underestimated. They were young and already at the innate mastery's boundary. What was more terrifying was their strange inner energy. If an ordinary innate master were to encounter them, they would not be able to survive. Chu Li stood under the wall and thought. Lu Yurong's heart technique could directly break through to the Grandmaster's boundary because no one heard of her disappearing. But she quietly broke through to the Grandmaster's boundary. It was very likely because of the heart technique. She had been hiding her Grandmaster's boundary not to hide her trump card, but because she had her own difficulties. It could also be because of this heart technique. With such a heart technique, who would not be tempted? As time passed, the power falling from the sky became stronger. Lu Yurong and the 9 women gradually could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. Withdraw, Lu Yurong shouted. The fairy in her mind released the technique and closed her eyes again. The 9 women's breathing began to change, messing up their own breathing rhythm. After a moment, the power in the sky gradually weakened until it disappeared. They let out a long breath and slowly opened their eyes. Lu Yurong's spirit became more obscure. Her whole body was wrapped in a thick fog. It was hard to see her clearly. This thick fog came from the void and blended in with the surroundings. That was why she gave the impression that she did not know martial arts. The incense in front of the statue had just finished burning. She got up and climbed another one. She turned her head and said, "Do not get close to men on normal days." "Yes, my lady," the 9 women said in unison. Lu Yurong sighed. "We will give up the idea of having a man for the rest of our lives. Once you lose your virginity with the beauty power, unless the other party is an enlightened master, you will not be able to escape. You will only harm the other party. My lady, we will not marry. We will serve you for the rest of our lives." The 9 women smiled. Lu Yurong shook her head. "I'm just afraid that you will blame me. We have cultivated this ability to stay young forever. We can't wait to thank you, my lady. What's the use of staying young forever if you can't touch men? There's nothing good about those stinky men. My lady's Empyrean fairy power is even more ruthless. Even if we lose our virginity, our martial arts will still be there. Once my lady loses her virginity, her martial arts will be crippled." Lu Yurong shook her head and smiled. "You are right. There's nothing good about those stinky men. I won't care about them. Let's go back to sleep." She waved her hand and left the basilica. Chu Li glided to Lu Yushu's courtyard. He was hugging a beautiful woman and fooling around. He glanced around and went to Lu Yushu's courtyard. Lu Yushu was extraordinarily handsome. He was cultivating in the courtyard. His fists were like hammers, and they were as fast as lightning. Chu Li shook his head. Lu Yushu was still in the innate mastery's boundary. He was still a step away from perfecting the innate mastery. It seemed that his aptitude was not outstanding. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard belonged to High Duke Lu of the Rin Public House. From afar, it looked like a giant beast was sleeping in the courtyard. He only used the omniscient mirror to observe, and he could feel the majestic aura. It was as if he could be killed with one punch. This High Duke Lu's cultivation level was deep. It was something he had never seen before in his life. It was really scary. It was far beyond High Duke Song of the Hawaii Public House. The omniscient mirror kept warning him, telling him to stay away from the small courtyard. He looked at the small courtyard for a while. His heart was itching. He was extremely curious. He wanted to see how High Duke Lu was doing. Even among grandmasters, there were strong and weak ones. It was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. It was like the difference between acquired masters He wanted to see where he stood and how he compared to High Duke Lu. His body flew over the wall and slowly landed in the small courtyard. This courtyard was more like the residence of the scribes of the High Duke's public house. Lu Yurong's courtyard was 4 times bigger than this. He activated the scripture of life and death and blended in with his surroundings. His body was like a dead tree. High Duke Lu was a handsome middle-aged man. He had a jade-like face and a clean beard. He had an elegant and refined aura, like a celestial being. He was lying on a bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if he felt something. Beside him was a woman who was sleeping. She was as beautiful as a flower. He could not tell her age, but she looked similar to Lu Yurong. She was resting on High Duke Lu's shoulder. Her breathing was light, and she was motionless. Chapter 272. His footsteps were silent as he slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. The moonlight was like water. His figure was tall and slender, and his temperament was elegant. He really had an otherworldly aura. He looked left and right with a burning gaze, and his gaze finally focused on Chu Li, who was at the foot of the wall. Chu Li stepped out of the shadows and stood in front of him quietly. High Duke Lu sized him up without a word. At such a young age, he had already reached the Grandmaster's boundary. He was truly a genius and was not inferior to his own daughter. It was not surprising for such a person to be able to reach this place without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, he was an enemy and not a friend. Chu Li slowly pointed his finger forward. High Duke Lu slid to the side to avoid it. He threw out a light punch, as if he was greeting an old friend. Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror and clearly saw every change in his body. The flow of his inner energy, his flesh and bones, his skin, and even his pores, everything was clearly imprinted in his mind. A gust of inner force condensed into a ball of fist force. Like a rock rolling down from the top of a mountain, it sped up after leaving the fist. It became faster and faster, becoming unstoppable. Bang! A thunderous sound exploded. A purplish golden light flashed across Chu Li's body before the light dissipated. It was as if he had been hit by a galloping horse. His body flew over the wall and disappeared into the night, as if he had been punched into the void. High Duke Lu remained motionless as he stared at the direction where Chu Li disappeared. He furrowed his brows in silence. The Great Lane Temple was really troublesome. Shi Wu flipped over the wall and floated over High Duke. High Duke Lu waved his hand and said, "Don't chase after him. Let him be. This brat took a palm strike from me, but he was able to escape with his life. He's quite capable. Why is the Tempest Temple here?" Shi Wu frowned and said, "We have never interfered with them and have never had any grudges with them. This bunch of monks has a strange way of thinking. Normal people are hard to understand. Ignore him." High Duke Lu said plainly, "Thank you for your hard work. This is my duty." Shi Wu shook his head. He made a fist salute and left, returning to Lu Yurong's courtyard. Lu Yurong stood in the courtyard, wearing only a plain and elegant moon-white gown. "Elder Shi, what's going on?" "The High Duke fought with someone," Shi Wu said, "and they ran away." "Fight with father?" Lu Yurong frowned. "Assassinate him?" The 9 maids also came out, their beautiful hair draped over their shoulders, all of them charming. Shi Wu said, "Who can assassinate the High Duke? How many moves did he use?" The High Duke defeated him with 1 punch. He should be a monk from the Tempest Temple. This bunch of monks. Lu Yurong sighed. Troublesome. The Great Lane Temple was indeed powerful. She knew it very well. The Tempest Temple was not as easy to deal with as outsiders thought. Although it was only a martial arts sect, it had an extremely deep foundation. No one knew how many hidden masters they had. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't be so afraid. The Tempest Temple had killed many of the imperial house's protectors. Based on the emperor's temper, he would have killed his way to the Tempest Temple and annihilated the group of monks. But in the end, the Great Lane Temple was still fine. The emperor did not make a move. This was definitely not in line with the emperor's usual temperament. It could only be said that the Great Lane Temple was unfathomable, causing the emperor to not dare to make a move. Chu Li's internal organs were on fire. It was as if there was a fire burning inside him. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were heavily injured. This punch directly broke through the sentient menace and injured his internal organs at the same time. It was even more overbearing than the spear finger strike. If it were not for his strong body, the fact that he had cultivated the sun, cultivating white tiger portrait, the sentient menace, and the life and death scripture, he would have died from just one punch. Such an overbearing fist technique. He had never heard of it before. The depth of High Duke Lu's cultivation level made him gasp in amazement. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. He had to bury his head and train hard. This time, when he returned to the imperial residence, he would not care about the mundane affairs and focus on training. He did not know if High Duke Lu's cultivation level was perfected, but it was definitely not the enlightened mastery's boundary. If he wanted to become an enlightened master, he would have to reach this stage first. He left the Green Mountain town. As he hurried, he dispelled High Duke Lu's fist force. When the infinite azure sea met this fist force, it was like water hitting a rock. The effect was minimal and could not be dispelled. He channeled King and Scripture of Duality. The Scripture of Duality turned once. His inner energy was unusually pure. When it met High Duke Lu's inner energy, it was like water meeting ice. It slowly wore away. There was a glimmer of hope. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions. A portion of it nourished his body. A portion of it channeled the Scripture of Duality to wear away High Duke Lu's inner energy. After a night of wearing away, the fist force was reduced very little. If this continued, he might not be able to do it even after a month. The fist force seemed to have a mind of its own as it continuously destroyed his body. Even if his body was strong and was nourished by spiritual energy, it was still deteriorating bit by bit. He concentrated in thought. The scene of High Duke Lu's fist force appeared in his mind. He stopped in a dense forest and pondered over High Duke Lu's fist technique. He tried to move his inner energy along his meridians. Then he punched out. He shook his head. It was still lacking a little. Although he knew the route of channeling and the body's movements, it was not easy to perfectly coordinate the two. The sun rose from the east. It slowly glided across the sky and hung on the west mountain. The sunset filled the sky. Chuli regained his senses. His stomach growled. His body weakened a little more. However, he looked excited. After a day of endless pondering and practice, he found a knack and could perform this fist technique. His inner energy circulated from his toes to his thighs to his waist, and finally to his shoulders, elbows, and wrists. Every muscle was completely relaxed. His inner energy gushed out, and he punched out soundlessly. Bam! An old pine tree's bark flew off. It shook violently, and pine needles fell to the ground. Chuli walked to the pine tree and looked at the fist mark. His smile widened. This fist was now his. It was powerful and could be considered an antique study. High Duke Lu's fist technique condensed his inner energy into a ball and turned it into a fist force. It was so pure that it was hard to eliminate it. Chuli learned this fist technique. His inner energy condensed into a ball of fist force. However, it was not as pure as High Duke Lu's. It was like a piece of wood against a rock. He could only knock it away but not break it. He channeled his inner energy and punched his abdomen with his right fist. Bam! It was like a thunderclap. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was pale, but he smiled. It was effective. This punch forced half of High Duke Lu's fist force out of his body. If his inner energy was pure, he would not have to use such a method of self-injury. He could have directly destroyed the fist force and turned it into inner energy. He punched the right side of his chest again. Bam! Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His smile became lighter. After 2 punches, although he was injured, High Duke Lu's fist force was only left with a trace. This trace was nothing to worry about. It could be worn away in a day. Chuli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Scripture of Duality. Otherwise, with the purity of his inner energy condensed into a fist force, he would not be able to do anything to High Duke Lu's fist force. He left the dense forest. The spiritual force from heaven and earth entered his body and continuously healed his body. By the time the lanterns were lit, he had already entered a small town. He ordered some wine and food and wolfed down the food. He regained his vigor and his body looked brand new. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. He learned this fist technique and gained a lot. Chapter 273. In the evening, Chuli returned to the public house. On the way back, he had been studying the 7 forms of godly knife. He wanted to change it into a swordsmanship. The 7 forms of godly knife was powerful. It was a waste to only use it when he was due foam. The swordsmanship he learned was powerful, but none could beat the 7 forms of godly knife. After more than 10 days of intensive study, he saw some results. Unfortunately, it was too rushed. The power was still less than the 7 forms of godly knife. He needed to study it again in the future. Seeing the mighty gate of the public house and the 2 fierce stone lions, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned home. After entering the public house, he took a boat straight to the Gloriesville courtyard. The Gloriesville courtyard was rosy. Shue was wearing a white outfit and was cultivating. When she heard the sound, she turned and saw Chuli. She was overjoyed. "Master!" Chuli smiled and looked at her. She was more beautiful and her cultivation level was higher. It seemed that she did not slack off in her cultivation. Shue greeted him and held his arm. Her fragrance lingered in his nose. "Why are you back so late?" Chuli smiled and sat down in the hall. Shue quickly served tea with both hands. She stared at him with her big bright eyes. "Where did you go, master?" "I went to Green Hill Road for a walk." Chuli took a sip of tea. Shue smiled. "Green Hill Road? Did you meet the White Shroud Chief?" She looked at Chuli's white robe as she said. Chuli said, "Oh, you've heard of the White Shroud Chief?" "New Moon Brothel." Shue said, "I heard that the White Shroud Chief is very powerful. He kills people like cutting grass." She looked at Chuli again. When she first heard this news, she vaguely felt that this was her master. Now that she saw Chuli in a white robe, she was even more suspicious. Chuli said, "Yes, I've heard of him." "Master, is that you?" Shue quickly said. Chuli did not deny it and picked up the teacup. Shue quickly raised her hand and made a vow. "I will not tell anyone else." "All right, it's me." Chuli put down the teacup and nodded. "No wonder." Shue pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, did you see Liu Yurong?" "I heard that Liu Yurong fell in love with the White Shroud Chief at first sight." "Yes, I did. Isn't it beautiful?" Chuli laughed. "You don't care about the level of her martial arts, but you're fixated on whether she's beautiful or not. Everyone says she's beautiful too. She's not inferior to the second lady." Shui Ling said, "But there are too few people who have seen her, so there's a lot of competition. You really have nothing better to do," Chuli said snappily. Shui Ling said, "Master, you haven't said whether she's beautiful or not." "Kind of. What about compared to second miss?" "More or less. Who's more beautiful?" "Everyone has their own merits. It's hard to say." Chuli waved his hand and said, all right. Let's talk business." "Serious business." Shui Ling wanted to say something, but stopped. Chuli said snappily, "Speak." Shui Ling cautiously said, "Master, you're not allowed to be angry if I tell you. If that's the case, I'll definitely be angry. Hurry up and tell me." Chuli scoffed. Shui sighed. "Brother Jiang is injured. Even if he can't win, he can still run away. Did he encounter a powerful master?" Chuli asked. Jiang Kuai had the spirit blessing pill with him. If he could not win, he would run. He also learned a secret skill to stimulate his potential. After he ran away, he took the spirit blessing pill. Therefore, his life would not be in danger. Chuli was most at ease. Shui Ling only said that he was injured, so he did not take it seriously. "Master, after you left, a new high official came to the public house." "A Grand Master?" Chuli asked. Shui Ling nodded slowly. "His name is Jingji Xue. He looks straightforward and generous. Everyone likes him. He injured Brother Jiang. I think this Jing guy is very hypocritical." Shui Ling pouted. "He said in front of many people that you shouldn't have such a high position at such a young age." It's because you're favored by the 3rd Mississippi, so Brother Jiang didn't listen. How did they fight? Chu Li frowned. Was it inside or outside the public house? New Moon Brothel, Xue Ling said. Chu Li scoffed. Interesting. He injured Brother Jiang? He gave Brother Jiang a slap. 2 of his teeth flew out. Xue Ling looked like she could not bear it. The injury is not serious, but it's too useless. He was slapped in the face by someone so much younger than him. I'm angry for Brother Jiang. Chu Li did not say anything. In his mind, he deduced the whole story and analyzed the intentions behind it. He had a great reputation. However, reaching the top in one step would indeed make many people jealous. Those whose martial arts were not strong enough or whose status was too low could only endure the jealousy. At most, they would mutter a few words in private. He was too lazy to care. It was inevitable that grandmasters would be jealous. However, they had all seen his achievements. Moreover, the high official's position was aloof. It did not involve any benefits, so they did not have any conflicts with him. He had a bright future. Instead, they wanted to make friends with him. This new high official must be young and impetuous. He was not convinced. However, no one who stepped into the Grandmaster was a fool. He should not be so reckless. He should not be in a hurry to establish his power. How did the public house deal with it? Jing Zhixue was fined a month's salary. Xue Ling pouted. What kind of punishment is that? 6,000 taels of silver. It's not a small amount. As a high official, I don't lack money, Xue Ling said unhappily. Master Xiao Taiying is obviously unfair. This 6,000 taels is for Brother Jiang Kuai, right? Brother Jiang Kuai does not lack money. Xue Ling scoffed. Then let's go see Brother Jiang Kuai, Chu Li said. Do we really have to go? Xue Ling hesitated. This is quite embarrassing. If Master Xiao Taiying goes, Brother Jiang Kuai will be even more embarrassed. What's so embarrassing about being beaten up because my skills are inferior? Chu Li stood up. He had been beaten up and injured many times. He did not think much of it. All right. Xue Ling followed him helplessly. In Jiang Kuai's courtyard, the 2 of them sat in the pagoda. Xue Ling served them tea and went into the house to chat with Su Yuding. The breeze was gentle. The green bamboos in front of the pagoda rustled. The green was fresh and full of life. Chu Li put down the teacup and sighed. I'm sorry to have implicated Brother Jiang Kuai. The injury on Jiang Kuai's face had recovered. It's my fault for not being as good as him. I did not expect him to dare to hit me. Jiang Kuai waved his hand and smiled bitterly. He came with ill intentions. Chu Li shook his head. Jiang Kuai was stunned. He hesitated. Brother Chu, are you saying that he came for you? Most likely. Chu Li picked up the teacup and took another sip. He smiled. Even if he is not, let him be. Jiang Kuai laughed. It's just a small grudge. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, right? How would Master Xiao Taiying see this? Master Xiao Taiying can't tolerate this. You don't have to worry about this, Chu Li said. Brother Jiang Kuai, I will follow the second lady to the imperial residence of King An. I need someone I can trust to help me. Jiang Kuai pondered for a while and looked into the house. Chu Li laughed. Yes, yes. You have to discuss this with sister-in-law. Listen to her. If I'm alone, I will go with you without hesitation. Jiang Kuai was a little embarrassed. Chu Li said, if Brother Jiang Kuai goes, don't go with him. Jiang Kuai's face turned serious. It's that dangerous? Chu Li said, it's always right to think of the worst. Then I'll go with you. Jiang Kuai said, I'm worried that Su Yuding will not be used to going there. Since she's staying, it's fine. Chu Li clapped and smiled. With Brother Jiang Kuai's help, it couldn't be better. He then chatted with Jiang Kuai for a while. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ling Quan was standing outside. He said that Master Xiao Taiying knew he was back and had already arranged a banquet to welcome him. Chu Li said goodbye to Jiang Kuai and went back to change his clothes. He then went to Iron Eagle Island with Ling Quan. Chapter 274. Chu Li, Xiao Taiying stood up and laughed. You're finally back. Master Xiao. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Everyone closed fist saluted him, and Chu Li returned the greeting. It was a lively scene. The rugged young man smiled and closed fist saluted back. Chu Li stopped and looked at him suspiciously. He then looked at Co Tying. Hee, come, let me introduce you. This is the new high official who joined the public house. His name is Jing Zhixue. Co Tying smiled. Chu Li, don't be fooled by his young age. He's already a grandmaster. Nice to meet you. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Come, take a seat. Co Tying pushed Chu Li to the seat of honor. Chu Li declined the offer twice and finally sat down. Jing Zhixue sat at the last seat. He saw Chu Li sitting down casually. The high officials around him did not have any strange expressions. They were used to it. He was only an innate master at such a young age, and yet he was so arrogant. He did not even care about the grandmasters. Co Tying smiled. Chu Li, did you gain a lot from your training? I can see that your entire temperament has changed. You've become more mature and reserved. I guess I had some experience. Chu Li smiled. Lin Quan called for the maids to serve the dishes and wine. They filled the cups one by one. Come, let's give a toast to Chief Chu. Training outside is a tough job. Co Tying raised his silver cup and stood up. He chuckled and said, Chief Chu Li's safe return is a cause for celebration. This is a joyous occasion for our public house. Co Tying usually used his third sister as his brain trust and listened to her ideas. Now that she was gone, he had no choice but to look for Chu Li. Unfortunately, Chu Li had left as well. This made him anxious and exhausted. Now that Chu Li had returned, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone smiled and raised their cups. Chu Li smiled and downed his cup, seeing how arrogant he was even when facing Master Co Tying. Jing Zhixue secretly sneered. He really did not know his place. No matter how much he contributed, he was still a subordinate. How could he be on the same level as Master Co Tying? He stood up, raised his cup, and said with a smile, Chief Chu, let me give you a toast. This is my apology. Chu Li smiled at him. Oh? What crime did Consecrator Jing commit? I really didn't know that Protector Jiang was Chief Chu's friend. Jing Zhixue shook his head and sighed. I regretted it after the incident, but I was afraid that he would misunderstand if I apologized to him. Chu Li smiled. Brother Jiang is not skilled enough. Even if he was beaten, there was nothing he could say. Jing Gongfeng is new here, so it is understandable that he did not take the rules of the mansion to heart. No, of course I know the rules. Jing Zhixue quickly interrupted him and waved his hand, smiling. I was a little drunk at that time and couldn't control myself. I thought he would dodge, so I scared him and made a harmless joke. I never thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. It's my fault. It's my fault. Chu Li toyed with the silver cup and smiled. Oh, so it was a joke. Then I want to know, what exactly did High Official Jing say to make Brother Jiang so angry that he dared to scold you? The High Official? It's just a joke. Jing Zhixue secretly praised his sharp tongue and was angry at his arrogance. Chu Li laughed. You're talking bad about me, aren't you? Talking behind my back. You can even joke around with me in front of me. I really admire High Official Jing's shrewdness. Jing Zhixue smiled embarrassedly. I drank a little too much that day and was muddle-headed, so I said some drunken things. Chief Chu won't blame me, right? I don't mind. Chu Li kept a smile on his face. I don't blame people with my words. I still have this much tolerance. It's okay to talk bad about me, but I heard that High Official Jing said something about the third lady. This is misinformation, a rumor, definitely a rumor. Jing Zhixue quickly waved his hand. Seeing that Co Tying's face darkened, Jing Zhixue cursed in his heart. He quickly said, it was just a casual remark. If someone heard it, they would think that I was talking bad about the third lady. I see. Chu Li nodded. Where is High Official Jing from? Jingzhou. Jing Zhixue let out a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't handle it. Chu Li was indeed, as the rumors said, smart and powerful. Chu Li slowly said, Then who is your master? Sigh, I don't have a master. I had a fortuitous encounter. I fell into a valley and had a dream. When I woke up, I had this martial art. It's really strange. Jing Zhixue said with an embarrassed but proud smile. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Co Tai laughed. Something like that happened. I didn't believe it either, Jing Zhishua said embarrassedly. But it's like that. Chu Li smiled faintly. Then High Official Jing didn't go to other public houses? Our public houses are weak now, and we are not favored by the grandmasters. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Jing Zhishue quickly said, I think differently from others. If I go to a powerful public house, I won't have a place to use my skills. Moreover, Master Co Taiying has a good reputation. He is fair and upright. I admire him very much, so I came. I'm flattered. Co Taiying waved his hand and smiled. His gloomy face slightly recovered. High Official Jing, did you come alone? Chu Li smiled. Or with friends? Sigh, I'm alone. Jing Zhishue smiled. Of course, if I can stay, I have 3 or 4 friends too. I'll introduce them to you. Haha, that's great. Co Taiying laughed. Chu Li smiled strangely. If that's the case, then let's eat. Don't just talk. Come, let's eat. Co Taiying was in a good mood. He looked at Chu Li shook his head. Although Co Taiying was upright, he was not a fool. He would not easily believe a grandmaster. Letting Chu Li meet Jing Zhishue was also to test him. Now that Chu Li was in charge of the Glories Will courtyard, Co Taiying could only rely on him since Co Chi had left. Jing Zhishue returned to his courtyard. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the bright moon. He could not stop breathing heavily. His cheerful face was now frighteningly ferocious. He gritted his teeth and stared at the moon. He sneered. Laugh all you want. I'll make you cry tomorrow. Jiang Kuai was Chu Li's friend. If he injured Jiang Kuai, it would be a disgrace to Chu Li. If he apologized to Chu Li, Jiang Kuai would not be happy. Everyone would also doubt if they would be at a disadvantage if they followed him. If he did not accept it, he would leave the impression of being narrow-minded and intolerant in front of Master Xiao Taiying. He would have achieved his goal. What young hero! A rare talent. I want to teach you a lesson. He would wait for him at the martial arts hall tomorrow. As soon as he appeared, he would pull him aside. He wanted to spar with him and make him lose face. What was the use of having high position? Without strong enough martial arts, everyone would still look down on him secretly. If he could not convince everyone, then he would be restrained and lose Master Xiao Taiying's trust. When that time came, he would have the opportunity to rise. Thinking about this, he chuckled. He was very proud of himself. No matter how powerful a hero was, he would still be defeated by him. Xueling's beautiful face appeared in his mind. Her graceful figure that could make one's heart beat faster. Once he defeated Chu Li, he would use his position to get this little beauty. He would play with her day and night. That would be the life of a deity. Thinking about this, the gloominess from the banquet slowly dissipated. His rough face became cheerful again. He smiled and entered the house. Chu Li did not go to the martial arts hall for the next few days. He stayed on his own island. If he stayed on the Jade Guardian Island, he would think of her. It would only increase his sadness, so he simply moved to his own island. All the spirit trees and spirit herbs in the Glories Will courtyard were moved to the island with him. Song Yuning, who originally lived on the island, moved to Iron Eagle Island. They lived together. Chu Li secretly admired her courage. The next evening, Song Yuning personally cooked. Only she and Co Taiying invited Chu Li to a banquet. Chapter 275. P.S. Another 6 chapters. These few days feel like a year has passed. I'm as tired as a dog. Give me some monthly votes as mental food. I also want recommendation votes. 10 days later, in the early morning, Chu Li finished his training and had his breakfast. Then, he went to the martial arts hall with Xueling. He wanted to go to the martial arts hall to check out the ancient books and see if there was any news about the heavenly demonic power. He already had the authority to browse through the ancient library. There were many rare and wondrous items, including some world-shocking records, such as how the spiritual beasts wreaked havoc throughout the world. Not even a tenth of the human race survived, and they were almost wiped out. Xueling steered the boat forward. Young master, are you really not going to look for trouble with Jing? Chu Li stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he remained silent. Is there someone stopping us? Shui Ling tilted her head and looked at him. As far as she knew, the young master was not so magnanimous that he would just laugh it off after being slapped in the face. More than 10 days had passed, but there was still no movement. Someone must have stopped them. Is it the eldest young master? Shui Ling scoffed and curled her lips. He's thirsty for talent. He's definitely afraid that you'll mess with the Jing family. It'll be a bad influence. Chu Li said, It's not the eldest master. Who is that? Shui Ling asked. Suddenly, she was surprised. Master, you haven't met the second lady yet. There's no hurry, Chu Li said. Why don't you see the second lady? Shui Ling's eyes widened as she stared at him without blinking. Chu Li said snappily, Look ahead. Shui Ling said, Could it be that he had a falling out with the second lady? You're really imaginative, Chu Li said. We're here. The boat drifted to the shore. The two of them stepped onto the training field in front of the martial arts hall and took a detour along the side of the field. Jing Zhishue, who had been waiting bitterly in the crowd for several days, had his eyes lit up. He hurriedly strode towards him and laughed from afar. What a coincidence, Chief Chu. Chu Li stood still, and so did Shui Ling. She glared at the arrogant Jing Zhishue and cursed him in her heart. Jing Zhishue strode forward, his inner chi surging in front of him, pushing away the guards in front of him, making them furious. They all turned their heads and were about to curse. Seeing that it was him, the Grand Master and the high official of the public house, he swallowed his vulgarities. Chu Li quietly sized him up. Xiao Chun said calmly, Consecrated Jing, what can I do for you? Haha, I wouldn't dare. Jing Zhishue laughed. I wouldn't dare to say anything in front of Chief Chu. I just want to compare notes with Chief Chu. Spar. Chu Li smiled faintly. Jing Zhishue smiled. In my opinion, martial arts are the foundation of everything. If you do not have a strong enough martial arts, you will not be able to achieve anything. I'm afraid that his foundation isn't stable, and he won't be able to bear the heavy responsibility. What else? Chu Li asked. People slowly gathered around him. Jing Zhishue was invigorated and smiled. I heard that Chief Chu is highly skilled in martial arts and is known as the top youth expert. I am itching to test my skills and would like to witness the glory of the top youth expert. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Motherf asterisk her, he's an innate master and you're a grandmaster. Another exulted, sparring my ass. Chu Li sized him up and smiled. You think that just because you're a grandmaster, you can become a rank 2 protector and sit in my position, right? Well, Jing Zhishue hesitated for a while before shaking his head and smiling. I don't have that intention. I just want to experience Chief Chu's elegance. He understood that if he said yes, he would definitely be laughed at by the crowd for being delusional. Zhao Qingshan and the other grandmasters were all tyrannical and older than him by a lifetime, but they did not have high positions. They were just exalted. However, this Chu Li really had a glib tongue. When he said that, it did not show that his martial arts was weak, but that he was talented. He did not rely on martial arts, but his intelligence to sit in such a high position. It was even more awe-inspiring. Chu Li raised his voice. Elder Zhao, yes. Zhao Qingshan stood outside the crowd and shouted. What orders do you have, Chief? Take him down. Chu Li pointed at Jing Zhishue. Jing Zhishue was startled and laughed. Take me down? Chief Chu, don't joke around. I just want to compare notes with you. I didn't commit any serious crimes, did I? Zhao Qingshan glided over the crowd and rushed towards Jing Zhishue. The people hurriedly retreated further to make way for a bigger space. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they were elated. It was a battle between grandmasters. It was a rare sight to see. Jing Zhishue shouted, Chief Chu, what is the meaning of this? Chu Li looked at him without saying a word. Zhao Qingshan pressed his palm down, and with a soft whistle, a palm print appeared faintly and crashed towards Jing Zhishue. Jing Zhishue turned to avoid it and shouted, Chief Chu, you're taking revenge for personal reasons and abusing your power. I'm a high official of the House of High Duke. I will report to Master Xiao and punish you. Chu Li calmly said, Elder Zhao. Zhao Qingshan nodded. Suddenly, his aura exploded like a ferocious beast. He rushed towards Jing Zhixue violently and wanted to engage in a more dangerous close combat. Jing Zhixue was still young and weaker than Zhao Qingshan. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was giving his all. He could not spare any energy to speak and could only fight back with his fists. After a few rounds, Jing Zhixue was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth, and in anger, he waved his fists and scolded, "Chu Li, you narrow-minded fellow. I only hit one of your dogs, and you're not willing to forgive me. You're taking revenge for personal reasons. What a despicable person. Despicable person." Chu Li did not say a word. He only watched the fight between the two. "Chu Li, is this how the House of High Duke treats their high official? From today onwards, as long as you are here, don't even think about having a Grandmaster join the House of High Duke. Chu Li, don't pretend to be mute. You have nothing to say, right? Doing such despicable things, the world will laugh at you." Chu Li remained silent. "Hey!" Zhao Qingshan took the opportunity and shouted. His palms expanded and pressed on Jing Zhixue's chest. Bang! Jing Zhixue flew like a stone. He spat out a mouthful of blood and used the momentum to increase his speed. He wanted to escape, but Zhao Qingshan could not catch up. Schweling panicked and pulled Chu Li's sleeve. "Master!" Jing Zhixue wanted to steal the boat and escape. Bang! A shadow suddenly flew out from the lake and hit Jing Zhixue lightly. Jing Zhixue fell onto the martial arts field like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. He wanted to get up, but did not have the strength to do so. This light hit was even heavier than Zhao Qingshan's. Everyone looked at it. It was Lin Quan. Lin Quan had been following behind Master, Xiao Taiying like a shadow. He was usually so humble that people could not help but overlook him. But now, with this palm strike, everyone understood that Lin Quan was actually an expert who had concealed his strength. Lin Quan came in front of Chu Li and closed fists saluted. "Chief Chu Li, I have brought the two people here." "Thank you, Elder Lin Quan." "Bring them here," Chu Li said. "We have to convince Brother Jing." "Yes," Lin Quan replied with a smile. He floated onto the boat and took out two people. One was young and the other was middle-aged. The two people were thrown in front of Jing Zhixue. Their acupuncture points were sealed and they could not move. Chu Li paced with his hands behind his back. He looked at Jing Zhixue, who was lying on the ground and staring at him. "Brother Jing, do you really think you can sneak into the House of High Duke?" "Chu Li, you are trying to frame me," Jing Zhixue said fiercely. "I will get justice from Master Xiao Taiying." Chapter 276. Chu Li took out a dossier from his sleeve and opened it. Lu Dongchu, a native of Yushan, Green Hill Road. He has been a disciple of Feng Huang Mountain since he was young and stepped into the Grandmaster's boundary a year ago. He put away the dossier. "Lu Dongchu, am I right?" Jing Zhixue's face darkened. He did not expect Chu Li to find out his background so quickly. Logically speaking, he was a secret master even in Feng Huang Mountain. Outsiders did not know about him, which was why he dared to enter the House of High Duke as a spy. He had really underestimated the power of the High Duke's public house. They were everywhere, and it was impossible to guard against them. "Lu Dongchu, are you working for the Ren public house?" Chu Li asked. "Huh?" Lu Dongchu laughed heartily and said in an unconcerned manner, "Now that things have come to this, what's the point of talking about it? Is it the Ren public house?" "Not bad. Very good." Chu Li smiled. "Elder Lin cripple his martial arts and throw him out of the public house." "Yes," Lin Quan answered with a smile. He walked up to Lu Dongchu and slowly extended his hand. Wait. Lu Dongchu's complexion changed greatly. He hastily shouted, "Why did you cripple my martial arts?" "I'll just leave." Chu Li's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Do you think that the public house is a place where you can come and go as you please? Since you've entered the public house, you'll be restricted by the public house's rules. For someone like you who harbors ill intentions, it's already a great mercy to expel you from the public house. If it wasn't for the fact that you haven't caused a disaster yet, you'll definitely be beheaded." "Chu Li, you're vicious," Lu Dongchu scolded. "If you dare to cripple my martial arts, The Rin public house will never forgive you. Chu Li said, "You're wrong. It should be Feng Huang Mountain that won't forgive me, right? I'd like to see what your Phoenix Mountain is capable of, Elder Lin." "Yes," Lin Quan replied. Without waiting for Lei Dongchu's reply, Lin Quan struck his dantian with his palm. Everyone heard a long whistling sound. Lu Dongchu was like a broken ball. He quickly became dispirited, and his essence, qi, and spirit dissipated. The surrounding people trembled, as if this palm had landed on their bodies. A grandmaster, an existence that could only be seen but not reached. He might not have the luck to step into the grandmaster's boundary in his lifetime. However, such a grandmaster was crippled just like that. He fell from the clouds to the mud, just like an emperor turned into a beggar. Just the thought of it was terrifying. In this world, without martial arts, one was a cripple. He was originally proud and arrogant, but now he had become a cripple. This Lu Dongchu was finished. Chu Li waved his hand. Lin Quan picked up Lei Dongchu, and Zhao Qingshan picked up the two men. They swept past the crowd and fluttered onto the small boat. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, they left for the mansion gate and soon disappeared. Chu Li nodded at the crowd and turned around to walk towards the martial arts hall. Everyone hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. They were secretly apprehensive and felt a chill run down their spine. Chief Chu's power was increasing day by day, even though he was a grandmaster. It was enough to make one suffocate. Just a glance from him would make one's entire body go cold. Shui followed behind Chu Li. She pursed her lips tightly to prevent herself from laughing. This was too satisfying, too satisfying. It was too impressive. The guards on the training field didn't dare to look at their young master. In the blink of an eye, the young master did not even need to lift a finger to cripple a grandmaster. Who would dare to go against the young master? Speak ill of a young master? Chu Li thoughtfully entered the martial arts hall. He directly went up to the ancient library on the 4th floor and flipped through the books one by one. He quickly finished reading and shook his head. There was no record of the heavenly demonic power. He walked back and Shui hurriedly followed. He stood at the bow of the small boat. The breeze blew and Chu Li's white robe fluttered. He thoughtfully looked in the direction of the island of Symphony. "Young master, what's wrong?" Shui was puzzled. "You should be happy that you got rid of that guy." Chu Li glanced at her and shook his head. Lei Dongchu was not a spy from the Rin public house. He was from the imperial residence of Prince, and Prince Anne's boldness was obvious. However, this was not the truth to Master Xiao Taiying. Master Xiao Taiying always thought that Prince Anne liked this marriage. He felt that second sister was the first beauty of the great Ji dynasty and the second lady of the public house. She was good enough for Prince and should be happy. Xiao Qi decided to hide it from Master Xiao Taiying because she was afraid that he would be angry and do something stupid. Now that it had come to this, she could not tell Master Xiao Taiying. Since he did not discuss it with Xiao Qi, he could only keep it in his heart and not tell anyone. He was now a grandmaster. It would not be difficult to kill Prince Anne, but the Emperor would be difficult. If Prince Anne died, the Emperor would be furious. He might even do it himself. He could not even take a punch from High Duke Liu, let alone the Emperor. An enlightened master must have some magical skills. No matter how secretive he was, he might be found out and targeted. Then his little life would be over. He wanted to kill Prince Anne, but he was afraid of hurting him. He had been thinking of a solution. Suddenly, a small boat came from afar. A slender lady was standing on the boat. It was Yang Su, the maid sent by Prince and Chief Chu. "Chief Chu." Yang Su called from afar. Chu Li controlled the small boat and shot towards her like an arrow. "Miss Liu." Yang Su was wearing a floral green gown. She curtsied. "Chief Chu, the lady wants to see you." "Okay." Chu Li nodded. Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, do I have to go too?" "You go back first," Chu Li said and landed beside Yang Su. Yang Su smiled. "I heard that Chief Chu is at the martial arts hall. I was about to go there, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Chu Li asked, "Is there anything the lady wants?" He controlled the small boat. Yang Su did not need to paddle. The speed was fast, and Shui was soon left behind. Yang Su shook her head. "The lady seems to have something on her mind." Chu Li nodded. How is Zhu Quan? He. Yang Su pursed her lips and smiled. He's turning into a wild child. He's crazy from playing. That's good, Chuli nodded. There's no rush for him to practice martial arts. He needs to build his foundation, and he'll be successful in the future. Yang Su beamed with joy. Chuli looked at her. Does the lady like to be alone? She likes to let me be by her side. Yang Su smiled. Chuli said, she has suffered since she was young. It's inevitable that her personality would be a little weird. The lady is kind. I understand, Yang Su said. She entered the palace at the age of 12. She had seen many concubines that were difficult to serve. That was why she was able to serve Co. Sure. Normal maids would not be able to do it. Chuli sighed. If that's the case, you can always follow the lady. Yes, Yang Su smiled and nodded. Chuli sighed. The lady is also a pitiful person. Yang Su smiled and nodded. The small boat docked. The sound of the gouging could be heard from afar. The blue sea and the clear sky. Chuli could tell that she was in a good mood. Chuli came to the pagoda in the sea of flowers. Co. Shure's back was facing him. She was focused on playing the gouging. Looking at her beautiful back, Chuli sighed. God was not fair. He put all the beauty on her. There was not a part of her that was not beautiful. Every move, every smile, every frown, there was not one that was not moving. Chuli came to the pagoda and sat opposite her. Co. Shure glanced at him and continued to look down. She was focused on the gouging. Chuli closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the gouging. A gust of wind blew. Thousands of flowers swayed in the wind. The fragrance floated and lingered in the pagoda. Zheng. The sound of the gouging stopped. Co. Shure looked up and stared at him with her clear eyes. She scoffed. If I didn't invite you, you wouldn't have come, would you? Chapter 277. Co. Shure waved her hand. Yang Su bowed and left. There were only the two of them in the pagoda. Chuli remained silent. Seeing Co. Shure reminded him of Shao Qi, and his heart dimmed. Co. Shure's clear eyes scanned his face and asked, How is little sister? Chuli looked up at her. Co. Shure scoffed. I don't have to guess. I know you went to see little sister. Chuli smiled. Yes, I went to Snow Lunar Pavilion. Is little sister used to living there? Everything is fine. That's good. Co. Shure smiled. Her radiance overshadowed the sea of flowers outside. Little sister is not as picky as me. She's free and has her own world. She's used to going anywhere. Why did Lady Co. Shure summon me? Chuli changed the topic. Co. Shure stared at him. Is Prince going to kill me? Chuli was stunned. Co. Shure said, You're not lying to me, are you? Chuli pondered for a moment and sighed. Yes. Why? Co. Shure's face darkened. She thought marrying into the imperial residence would help the public house hold on for a while longer. Her eldest brother was not cut out to be a high duke, and she and little sister were both girls. Her youngest brother was nowhere to be found and only focused on martial arts. It would be good if he did not help. After thinking about it, she had no other choice if she wanted the public house to survive. She did not expect Prince and want to kill her. The throne, Chuli said. Co. Shure's face changed. He wants to fight for the throne. When the emperor and father were engaged, it cut off the possibility of Prince and continuing the throne. And he still did not give up. The emperor was an enlightened master, and his lifespan was unknown. Prince dared to go against the emperor. It was hard to imagine. Chuli said, Who doesn't want to fight for it? Not only did the throne mean supreme power, but it also meant an enlightened master. Every emperor of the great Ji dynasty was an enlightened master. As long as one ascended to the throne, he would definitely become an enlightened master and obtain a long life. Who could resist the temptation of such a throne? Even if the emperor confirmed the position of crown prince, the other princes would not be satisfied and would fight for it. Co. Shure frowned and did not say a word. She stood up and held the railing as she looked into the distance. The gentle breeze ruffled her misty hair. After a while, she turned to look at Chuli and smiled faintly. Looks like I won't be able to escape death. Chuli said, Either he faked his death, or he died for real, or he died. Shao Shure's eyes widened. No matter how much she hated and resented King En, the thought of killing King En never crossed her mind. Chu Li was so daring. Chu Li said, "If he doesn't die, your fake death will become a real death. The High Duke's public house will be finished." Xiao Shi's body was weak and sickly, so she could not practice martial arts. She spent most of her time reading and playing the zither. She had read many history books, so she was very familiar with these methods. She knew that Chu Li was not exaggerating. Since King En had the intention to fight for the throne, he and the House of High Dukes had become obstacles to his succession. He must get rid of them as soon as possible. Xiao Shi sighed. Whoever killed Prince En will have to die. Moreover, the Emperor is enraged. It's not just one or two people who will die. It might even be thousands of people who will be buried with him. Don't you dare mess around. Chu Li frowned and remained silent. He was also worried about this. It was easy to kill King En, but the consequences were unpredictable. Xiao Shi said, "Even with the Iron Coupon, it's hard to escape the disaster of the House of High Dukes. I'm a dead man, so what's the harm in dying again?" Xiao Shi smiled. She had seen through life and death and was tired of it. The sooner she died, the sooner she could be free. Even if Lady Xiao Shi dies, King En will not let the House of High Dukes go, Chu Li said, forcing the second lady of the House of High Dukes to death. How could the House of High Dukes not be resentful? At the crucial moment, things might go awry. He could only strike first and get rid of the public house. With King En's temperament, he would definitely do something like this. Xiao Shi's jade-like face tightened. Her expression changed. After a while, she sighed and shook her head. She could not think of a solution. Chu Li said, "Lady Xiao Shi, I plan to do it in 2 steps." Xiao Shi looked at him lazily. The first step is to marry into the imperial residence of King En. The second step is to kill King En. Once King En is dead, Lady Xiao Shi will become the owner of the imperial residence. Not only can you protect yourself, but you can also support the House of High Dukes. Xiao Shi laughed out loud. "You're really daydreaming. It might not be impossible." Chu Li said, "It's the only way. Let's not talk about the first step. Let's talk about the second step. If you kill King En, the Emperor will kill you. Can you escape from the Emperor's pursuit?" Chu Li said, "Think of a way to shift the blame to someone else. The Emperor is an enlightened master. There's no way to hide it. What kind of abilities does an enlightened master have?" "God knows," Xiao Shi said. "All the truth in the world has nowhere to hide. It's clear, so there's no way to hide it from him." Chu Li stood up and started pacing. Xiao Shi's bright eyes stared at him. "Is there any way to avoid the Emperor's pursuit?" Chu Li said, "The world is big. The Emperor can't just kill whoever he wants, right? Then we can only go to the Tempest Temple." Xiao Shi said, "The Tempest Temple also has an enlightened master, so the Emperor won't go there. If they fight, the great Ji dynasty will be finished." Chu Li understood after thinking about it. There were high and low enlightened masters. There would always be winners and losers. If the Emperor was defeated and died, there would be no one in the court to suppress the martial arts world. In an instant, the world would be in chaos and the dynasty would change. For King En, the Emperor would not dare to take this risk. What else besides the Tempest Temple? Then we can only go to other countries. The Li dynasty, the Fu dynasty, the Qiu dynasty, and the Zheng dynasty. These 4 countries are not weaker than the great Ji dynasty. They all have enlightened masters. The Emperor won't dare to go there. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. If the masters from other countries kill King En and escape, the Emperor won't be able to do anything, right? Then there's nothing we can do. At most, we can take revenge, Xiao Shi said. But the masters from other countries can't enter the fairy's capital. Chu Li nodded to continue. Xiao Shi said, "Grandmasters are like cranes among chickens. They can't be hidden. Any grandmasters who enter the fairy's capital are being watched. The masters from other countries are being watched." Chu Li nodded slowly. He had a vague outline in his mind, had to go back and think about it. Before marrying into the imperial residence of King En, there's still a hurdle to overcome, Chu Li said. The Rin public house will never let you marry into the imperial residence. They will snatch you away. If the Rin public house snatched Co. Sure away, they would definitely disguise her as a thief and ruin her reputation. Then she would not be able to marry into the imperial residence of King and Lu Yurong, and might have an affair early on. King An's injury was caused by Lu Yurong, so she might not be afraid of King and the Rin public house. Co. Sure scoffed. The Rin public house's strength was far superior. If they really wanted to snatch her away, they would not be able to stop them. They could only win by surprise, sneak away, and hide from the Rin public house. I'm preparing to bring the lady to the fairy's capital first, and on the day of the wedding, we'll meet up with the Rin public house in the fairy's capital, Chu Li said. Will that work? Co. Sure frowned. Let's try it first, Chu Li said. We'll leave in 2 days. Chapter 278. By the way, have you heard of the heavenly demon? Heavenly demon? Co. Sure muttered. The heavenly demon of the 33 heavens? Chu Li nodded. It was just a casual question, but he didn't expect her to really know about it. Xiao Sure said, the heavenly demons reside above the 33 heavens. They have no form, but they have substance. They can change their appearance at will. They are ever-changing and can do whatever they want. Where's the heavenly demonic power? Heavenly demonic power. How did you hear about this? Xiao Sure asked. Chu Li said, I heard it from someone else and felt that the name was ominous, so I remembered it. The heavenly demon power was passed down from the heavenly demon scripture. It was said that it was passed down from the 33 heavens, but unfortunately, it has been lost. Co. Sure shook her head and said regretfully, once the heavenly demon scripture is cultivated, it is said that one can transform into a myriad of forms and can even transform into a spirit beast. It is truly a supreme lost art. Then why was it lost? It's too difficult to get started. With the weakening of human innate spiritual chi, no one could master it. Over time, the heavenly demon scripture disappeared. Co. Sure sighed. The scripture of the sky demon has many similar situations. Many ancient martial arts were lost because of this. Weak natural spiritual energy? Yes, I've read a hidden treasure before. It was said that because the spiritual beasts had left, humans became at ease, and it was hard to stimulate their potential. Every generation was weaker than the previous one. Not only can the spiritual beasts kill and eat humans, they can also bring benefits to humans. Now that the spiritual beasts have entered 100,000 Mountain, humans are no longer in danger and they're getting weaker. Co. Sure shook her head and said, I think it makes sense. Chu Li was deep in thought. Co. Sure had read a lot of books. She was better than him. Just the name, Heavenly Demon Scripture, sounds inappropriate. There will be repercussions if I cultivate it, right? I've never heard of any repercussions, Co. Sure thought for a while. Of course, it won't be completely unaffected. If you can change, how can your temperament not change? Why? Do you want to practice the heavenly demon scripture? Can you find a sky demon scripture? If I cultivate this and kill King An, will the emperor be able to find me? This? Xiao Sure furrowed her brows in deep thought. She thought for a while, then shook her head and said, I really can't say for sure. The heavenly demon scripture came from the 33 heavens. It was said that after mastering it, one would be able to sense the heavenly demon of the 33 heavens. It should be able to block the emperor's Dongzhu. Unfortunately, I can't find the heavenly demon scripture. Chu Li perked up and smiled. I'll send someone to look for it. There might be some clues. Co. Sure smiled and did not think much of it. The heavenly demon scripture was not something that could be easily found. Otherwise, the High Duke's public house would not be so weak. Chu Li Fist saluted and left. He went straight to Jiang Kuai's courtyard. Jiang Kuai was cultivating in the courtyard. Su Yuding was embroidering in the gazebo, occasionally looking up. Chu Li knocked on the door. Jiang Kuai came over and opened the door. He smiled and invited him into the pagoda. Su Yuding served tea and left. Brother Chu, isn't that too cruel? Jiang Kuai laughed. Just cripple his martial arts and throw him out. He's done for. Chu Li smiled. If he's not a mole, I'll just teach him a lesson to vent my anger. Brother Chu, your thunderous methods have frightened many people. Jiang Kuai shook his head and smiled. A grandmaster was not an innate master. There were only so many of them in the Ji dynasty, and they could be crippled just like that. It was indeed shocking. The entire public house had been baptized. Chu Li said, Brother Jiang, I have a favor to ask of you. Speak, Jiang Kuai said. Set off now. Go to the immortals' capital and buy 3 houses. Make sure they're all connected. How big are they? The size doesn't matter. It's best to find a quiet place that won't attract attention. I understand. Jiang Kuai nodded slowly. It was obvious that it was for hiding. He was the best at hiding and knew what to buy. Other than the immortals' capital, buy 3 houses in Qin Yun Town. Buy 3 houses in Golden Light Town too. Okay. Change your appearance and go quietly. Chu Li said, I'll move in soon. In the future, Brother Jiang will be the one to deliver the news about me and the public house. No problem. Jiang Kuai nodded. His biggest advantage was his light body technique and bone shrinking skill. He could change his appearance and was extremely fast. Others would not be able to recognize him. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Once you're back, I'll set off. Okay. Jiang Kuai nodded. Chu Li chatted with him for a while. He got up and left. He went to a small courtyard not far away. Zhuo Feiyang sat in the pagoda in the courtyard. He looked at the sky. His heart was gloomy. As soon as he heard the public house's call, he was excited and rushed back without stopping. After he returned, he found out that the person who called him back was his old enemy, his old rival, Chu Li. Chu Li was now a rank 2 scribe, the chief of Glory's courtyard, and an internal spy. It was the most important department in the public house and directly reported to Master Xiao Taiying. It was a high position and power. Looking at Zhuo Feiyang, he was sent to a foreign land and was a rank 5 protector. The difference was like heaven and earth. All of this made him feel extremely disappointed and angry. How did Chu Li climb to such a high position? It was because he hugged the third lady's thigh. It was purely a trick, not a gentleman's action. He arrived at the public house yesterday without alerting anyone and did not go to the martial arts hall. He offended everyone at the martial arts hall. If he went there, he would definitely be ridiculed. Fortunately, Bai Jijia was still loyal to him. When he heard that Chu Li appeared at the martial arts hall, Bai Jijia rushed over to inform him. He witnessed the scene of Chu Li's power. After returning from the martial arts hall, he had been thinking, if he was Ledong Chu or Jing Zhixue, could he resist? Was there a way? The result made him depressed and angry. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. He went to open the door and saw Chu Li standing outside. It's you. Zhuo Feiyang's face darkened. Chu Li looked at him. He was dressed in a sapphire blue robe. His face was as smooth as jade. He was still handsome and charming. His cultivation level was also profound. He was indeed a genius in martial arts. What are you doing here? Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Chu Li walked in. Zhuo Feiyang blocked him with his body. He did not move. You are not welcome here. Chu Li stopped and smiled. You still don't learn from your mistakes. It's all because of you. You only know how to play tricks. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Chu Li said, Zhuo Feiyang, you have been recruited by the Glory's courtyard. Do you accept the call? What do you mean? Zhuo Feiyang frowned. I am a protector of the public house, not your scribe. Why should I listen to you? Chu Li said, if you don't accept the call, then go back to where you came from. From now on, you will not have the chance to return to the public house. Zhuo Feiyang said coldly. What do you mean? Chu Li shrugged. You understand. Zhuo Feiyang's face darkened as he glared at him. Of course, he understood what Chu Li meant. If he did not enter the Glory's courtyard, then he could only stay in a remote place and would never have the chance to return. As long as Chu Li was in power, he would never be able to make a name for himself. Chu Li was rank 2, the highest rank in the public house, and he was still so young. His life was over. Zhuo Feiyang gritted his teeth. If I were to enter the Glory's courtyard, you would definitely take revenge on me. Chu Li laughed. Why would I want to take revenge on you? I've already taken my revenge, and it's time to make use of you. You should know how I treat my own people. Do you want me to find out who the traitor is? Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Chu Li was cunning, but he was very kind to his own people, especially the previous scene, which was said to be to help Jiang Kuai vent his anger. Go and be the spy. Be a spy. Zhuo Feiyang furrowed his brows and shook his head. No way. No way. Zhuo Feiyang, you should know that riches come from danger, Chu Li said. This is your chance to make a comeback. Are you really not going to do it? If I were to perform a meritorious deed, what would I get? Zhuo Feiyang hesitated and scoffed. Return to the public house, enter the Gloriesville courtyard, and take charge of a 10-man team, Chu Li said. Zhuo Feiyang hesitated. Chu Li walked forward, and Zhuo Feiyang stepped back to make way. He entered the pagoda and sat down. When Bai Jijia saw him, his eyes widened and his expression changed. Chu Li glanced at Bai Jijia and smiled. Senior Bai, it's rare to see you stay by my side. Senior Bai, are you going to enter the Gloriesville courtyard? Bai Jijia looked at Zhuo Feiyang hesitantly. Chapter 279. Chu Li clapped his hands and smiled. All right, from now on, we'll write off all our grudges. As for how much you can contribute, it'll all depend on your abilities. Where should I go to be a spy? Zhuo Feiyang asked. Don't tell me it's the Republic House. Chu Li shook his head. To the imperial residence of King Jing. King Jing's imperial residence. Zhuo Feiyang was taken aback. Why is it King Jing's imperial residence? Chu Li said, King Jing has a reputation for being virtuous. He's been recruiting famous scholars from all over the world. You should seek refuge with him. With your abilities, you'll be put in an important position. Of course, Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. He was very clear about his own talent. Other than this guy in front of him, he had never met anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Chu Li said, as a spy, you're different from other spies. You don't have to do anything, and you don't have to pass messages. Zhuo Feiyang stared at him. Chu Li said, your task isn't to keep an eye on King Jing. Don't worry about what King Jing does. What you need to do is to find out the background of everyone in King Jing's imperial residence. Find out their background? Actually, it's just making more friends. Chu Li said, treat people to drinks and make more friends when you're free. Don't purposely ask around. After a few drinks, you'll be able to understand their hobbies and weaknesses. What's the point? Everyone has a weakness, Chu Li said. You don't have to worry about the rest. That's why you don't have to be afraid of being exposed. You don't have to care about any news related to King Jing. Even if King Jing wants to harm me, you don't have to worry about it. Don't try to act smart and spread the news. I see. Zhuo Feiyang smiled. Chu Li smiled. Does this suit your taste? It's too much for you to take the risk to inform me. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Since I've accepted the mission, of course I'll do my best. Don't you dare harm me. Chu Li said, other people will meet you, but we won't. This is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. That's a good arrangement. Zhuo Feiyang said, I trust you to handle things. His tricks were used on his opponents. As someone who was on his side, it was indeed less troublesome. Chu Li said, I'll depart today. Junior Sister Zhao. Chu Li's face darkened. He scoffed, you should understand what Sister Zhao means. Don't bother her. Zhuo Feiyang glared at him, refusing to back down. I will not give up. Chu Li shook his head and waved his hand. You're asking for death. You're brainless. He turned around and left the courtyard. Bai Jijia hurriedly said, Gongzi? Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. That Chu Li. Should we? Bai Jijia asked hesitantly. He won't frame you, right? Zhuo Feiyang said. If he wanted to set me up, there was no need for him to call me back. He was naturally impulsive. However, he wasn't an idiot. He just couldn't control his temper. With Chu Li's current power and influence, if he wanted to deal with him, he only needed to say the word and someone would do it for him. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. He was a martial arts genius, so he would naturally be of great use to him. Even he had to be thick-skinned enough to beg him. As long as he made enough contributions and cultivated to the Grandmaster's boundary, he would be able to surpass Chu Li's status. At that time, he would settle the score with him, snatch Junior Sister Zhao back, 5 days later, in the middle of the night, Chu Li, Xiao Shi, and Yang Su silently left the public house. Chu Li held each of their wrists and flew out of the city wall under the moonlight. Xiao Shi turned her head and looked at Chongming Town. Under the moonlight, Chongming Town was mysterious and strict. It was familiar yet strange. It was intimate yet reluctant. Melancholy filled her heart. She knew that once they parted, she would never be able to return. She would leave this town forever. Chu Li floated up a tree and stood on the treetop. He turned around and looked back. "Lady, you don't have to do this. When you want to come back, I will bring you back," Chu Li said. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes at him. "Once I enter the imperial residence, how can I come back whenever I want?" Chu Li said, "I could just sneak back." Xiao Shi sighed. "I hope so. Let's go." Chu Li stepped on the treetop and flew away. He carried the two ladies under the moonlight as if he was riding the wind. His white robe fluttered as if he was a deity. Yang Su laughed and said, "Zhongguan, why should I come along? I'm a burden." Chu Li said, "I can't serve the second lady well. You'll have to do it." Xiao Shi glanced at him. "You think I'm troublesome, don't you?" Chu Li smiled. "I'm clumsy. I'm afraid that the second lady will be wronged." "Second lady also thinks that Miss Yang should follow?" "That's right." Xiao Shi glared at him. The maids in the imperial residence were all clumsy. Their minds are not agile. They would only move when he pointed at them. It was tiring and annoying. Yang Su was different. It was as if she knew what he was thinking. She would do everything in advance and do everything before he ordered. Moreover, the two of them had a tacit understanding. She would know what to do with just a look from him. It saved him a lot of effort. "Where are we going?" Yang Su smiled. Chu Li said, "Qingyin Town. It's very close to Fairy's capital." Yang Su said, Qingyin Town was only 100 miles away from Fairy's capital. They would arrive in less than a day on horseback. "That's the safest place. The Ren public house probably won't expect us to be there," Chu Li said. Chu Li did not delay their journey as he spoke. He brought the two ladies over mountains and crossed rivers. They purposely went to places where there were no people. They could often see sceneries that normal people could not see. Xiao Shi looked down at the scenery under her feet. She was mesmerized. Since she was born, she was mostly trapped in the public house. She rarely left the public house. Although she had seen the scenery outside, she had never seen such magnificent scenery. The sun was setting. The sky was red. Heaven and earth were magnificent. They stopped at the peak of a mountain. They looked down at the mountains and the villa below. "What's going on over there?" Xiao Shi suddenly pointed at a village at the foot of the mountain. White smoke rose from the village. There were fires everywhere. Chu Li frowned. "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." "There are bandits, right?" Xiao Shi asked. Chu Li nodded with a sullen face. His omniscient mirror had already seen that a group of bandits were wreaking havoc in a mountain village. The people in the village hid, closed their doors and windows. These bandits knew martial arts. Closing the door was useless. They just jumped over the wall and barged in. They killed anyone they saw and robbed anything valuable. When he saw it, there were already more than 10 dead people in the village. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. In 2 flashes, he appeared in the small mountain village. Under the cover of the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see every person and every place in the village. If there was a life-threatening situation, he would appear in a flash and kill the bandit with one palm. There were a total of 20 bandits in the village. In the blink of an eye, he killed 18 of them. The remaining 2 were watching the horses. He did not wait for the frightened villagers to come out. He went to the 2 old men. These 2 old men looked no different from the villagers. However, their eyes were sharp and slippery. They shrunk their bodies and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. Chu Li asked where the stronghold was, how many people there were, and if there were any masters. Without waiting for the 2 old men to answer, he killed them with one palm. He floated away and reappeared in front of the 2 ladies. Xiao Shi asked, "Did you save them?" "Yes, this group of bandits came from a stockade on the mountain. Now that this group of people has died, they'll definitely come back for revenge. We have to eliminate them completely," Chu Li said. "You guys wait here. I'll be back soon. Chapter 280. Chuli frowned. What's there to look at? Co sure said. I want to see what those bandits are like. They're so inhumane. Chuli said, they're like normal people. All right, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished, he disappeared without a trace. Co sure stomped her feet angrily. Yang Su smiled. My lady, Chief is doing this for our own good. We really shouldn't look at murder. You've seen murder before? I've seen it once. I still feel uncomfortable when I think about it. I had nightmares for a long time. What's so scary about death? Everyone has to die. Yang Su said, it's better not to look. He can look, but we can't. Co sure was unconvinced. Does he have more guts than us? He's a man after all. His yang energy is strong. Yang Su said, it's best for women not to look at these. As the two of them spoke, Chuli appeared in front of a village. This was a ruined village. There was a big hole in the village gate that could fit a person. The protector at the gate was dozing off with a long blade. Under the twilight, smoke curled up from the chimneys of the village. The people in the village were cooking. The village below did not cook, but there were fireworks. As he thought about this, the murderous intent in his heart grew. He floated and arrived in front of the protector. With a flash of his sword, he pierced through the heart and died instantly. Although the sword form of the first form of godly blade was not perfect, its power was still shocking. He floated into the village. The children who were playing and chasing each other in the stockade saw him and immediately screamed and ran back to where they came from. Chuli did not care about the children. He looked at the bandits who rushed out with swords and knives. Seeing their murderous intent, his face darkened. He rushed in front of them and flashed his sword. Every time it flashed, a heart was pierced. After a while, there were more than 10 men lying on the ground. Only a dozen children and some old and weak women and children were left. They stared at him in shock. Chuli scanned through the omniscient mirror, and his body flashed. He found a few that escaped and killed them one by one. Then he floated away. Behind him, there were earth-shattering cries and the women's shouts of abuse. Chuli showed no mercy and did not slow down. He appeared in front of the two women. Co sure stared at him. She found it strange that Chuli had a relaxed smile on his face. It was as if he was not going to kill, but to save someone. Yang Su was also sizing him up. Chuli smiled. Let's go. Exterminating a stronghold full of bandits and saving a lot of innocent people, it could be said to be a meritorious deed, worthy of celebration. So he was in a very good mood. As for the dead bandits, he didn't even see them as human beings. He treated them like pigs and dogs. The three of them arrived at Qingyun City one night. Chuli found the three residences according to the address. Co sure sized up the small courtyard. He turned to look at Chuli with a puzzled expression. There was no garden, no bamboo forest, and no gazebo in this small courtyard. There was only a well in the empty courtyard. From the courtyard door to the living room, there was a small path laid out with a few stones. When it rained, one could use it as a foothold to avoid sinking into the mud. This was the poorest household, which was completely different from what Co sure had imagined. The surrounding houses were the same. It was obvious that the people living here were poor. Chuli nodded in satisfaction. Although the house was dilapidated, its location was very good. The three residences were next to the city wall. They could leave the city at any time. Is it really here? Yang Su smiled. Chief, isn't this too hard? Chuli said, it's surprising. It won't attract attention. But Lady Co sure doesn't fit in here. Yang Su said, even if Co sure went out with her face covered, with her graceful figure and graceful temperament, she would stand out. No one would not stare at her. Then don't go out. We won't be staying for long. That's it. Co sure smiled. It's not bad. I've never lived in such a broken place. Yang Su sighed. I'm just afraid that Lady Co sure won't be used to it. It's not like we can stay for a few days. Go in and tidy up. Co sure said. I'm tired too. Yes. Yang Su helplessly agreed and went into the house. Chuli said, you guys stay here, I'll stay there. He pointed at the courtyard in the east. "You're not staying with us?" Co Sure was surprised. Chu Li said, "Staying with us will damage your reputation. Rest early. If you need anything, I'll buy it tomorrow. Try not to go out." "Okay." Co Sure stared at him and nodded lightly. Chu Li glided over the wall and entered the courtyard in the east. Although the courtyard was broken, the bedding in the house was new. Jiang Kuai was considerate. He sat on the pit, crossed his legs, and channeled. The night passed quickly. The next morning, he finished his cultivation and went to the courtyard in the west. Co Sure was pacing in the courtyard. It was a way to keep fit. As she walked, she looked at every corner in amazement. When Chu Li saw her clothes, he could not help but laugh. She wore a rustic green floral jacket. It was a world of difference from her yesterday. If one did not look at her face, no one would think that she was the first beauty of the great Ji. Yang Su was busy cooking. She was dressed like a country maid and looked neat and tidy. "You're really something." Co Sure yawned. Chu Li smiled. "We didn't sleep well last night?" Co Sure said, "It's a little weird to suddenly change to a Kong bed, but it's very safe." Chu Li was relieved when he saw her like that. He glided back to his courtyard and continued to cultivate. He was ready to try cultivating the heavenly demonic power. When Yang Su finished cooking, she called him and he went to eat with her. In the following days, they settled down here. The 3 residences were located at the westernmost end of the street, close to the city wall. There was no one else around. There was a family in the east of Chu Li. There was only a middle-aged woman and her 20-year-old son. Co Sure and Yang Su almost never left the house. Chu Li, on the other hand, had to go out for a walk every day. He would buy vegetables, meat, rice, and other miscellaneous things. Daily necessities were extremely trivial. Other than going out to buy things, he was also used to strolling around the city. He walked everywhere, explored the terrain, and listened to the gossip among the people. He knew that the son of the family in the east was a member of the association. He was a disciple of the Swan Association. In the evening, he carried a piece of braised meat and walked back while bathing in the sunset. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every house on the street. He suddenly saw a young man snatching an old lady's basket. He recognized the young man. He was the son of his neighbor, Yang Baoshu. "Baoshu, there's really no need. I can carry it." The old lady protected her basket and shook her head. "Auntie, I don't want to criticize you, but you're already so old. Why are you acting tough? Just tell me, and I'll do it for you." Yang Baoshu was tall and strong. He had a long face and small eyes. He was not handsome at all. There were 2 bruises on his face. It was obvious that he had fought with someone. As he spoke, he forcefully snatched the old lady's basket and carried her into a house. After a while, he came out laughing. He looked up and saw Chu Li. He smiled and greeted him. Chu Li nodded and walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. Yang Baoshu looked at Chu Li's back and scratched his head. This neighbor of his was a weirdo. He looked like a scholar. He idled around every day. If he wasn't watching people play chess, he would just stroll around. It was as if he had nothing to do all day long. He wore a white robe all day long. He was too pretentious. How could he work while wearing a white robe here? There was mud everywhere on the street. If it was raining, he would be covered in mud after taking 2 steps. He was purposely making things difficult for himself. Yang Baoshu secretly shook his head and rubbed his face. He wanted to rub away the 2 bruises on his face. He slowly walked home. Chapter 281. Mother, Mother, it really has nothing to do with me. They're the ones who hit me. Yang Baoshu screamed as he ran around the courtyard. Why did they hit you? If you didn't provoke them, why would they hit you? The middle-aged woman pointed at him angrily. Chu Li looked at the situation through the omniscient mirror. The middle-aged woman had a petite figure and a beautiful face. None of the women on the street had good looks, so she was considered outstanding. I don't know either. I really didn't provoke them. They only provoked me. Yang Baoshu said in a wrong tone. Nonsense. You're always spouting nonsense. Why would they provoke you? The middle-aged woman was even angrier now. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Yang Baoshu asked uncertainly. Nonsense, nonsense. You're tall and strong. Who thinks you're easy to bully? The middle-aged woman was furious. Mother, you're wrong. Being tall and strong is useless. The guy who bullied me was short and skinny. He beat me up like a toy. Young Baoshu quickly said, What's the point of being tall and strong? If he bullied you, wouldn't you hit him? The middle-aged woman was even more furious now. I did, but I couldn't beat him. My martial arts is not good enough. Young Baoshu said helplessly. That's because you don't put in the effort to cultivate. Cultivate after eating, don't be lazy. The middle-aged woman scoffed. Mother, other people have a master to guide them. I don't have a master, so what can I cultivate with just a secret manual? Young Baoshu mumbled, but when he saw the middle-aged woman glaring at him, he quickly laughed. Yes, I'll cultivate after eating. I'm a natural genius. I don't need a master. The middle-aged woman was annoyed. It's your mother's fault for not being able to earn money. I can't help you find a master. Mother, it's okay. I'm quite good at cultivating myself. Although I was bullied by you, I can bully others. Young Baoshu quickly said, Bastard, you're bullying others. The middle-aged woman's face darkened again. Young Baoshu quickly waved his hand. I'm just saying. Of course not. Feet. The middle-aged woman turned around and went into the house. Young Baoshu let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and shook his head. He finally passed this stage. Chuli could not help but laugh when he heard this. He had been ignoring young Baoshu because he was afraid that he would cause trouble for him. This young man was rare. He was kind-hearted. He carried the braised meat to the east courtyard. Young Su took it and cut it into pieces before putting it on a plate. Chuli wanted to go back since he had already eaten at the restaurant. Wait, Co. Sure shouted. Chuli looked at her. Co. Sure was sitting on a garden stool in the courtyard, holding a book in her hand. She was frowning as she stared at him, her clear eyes flashing. Chuli, are you hiding from me? Chuli hesitated for a moment. No. I'm not stupid. Xiaoshu rolled her eyes at him and said gently, Chuli, am I a spirit beast? Why are you so scared? Chuli smiled. Why exactly? Xiaoshu scoffed. Chuli said calmly, Lady Co., you're overthinking it. There's nothing like that. Xiaoshu's bright eyes flickered, and she smiled faintly. Chuli, have you fallen for me? Chuli quickly waved his hand. Xiaoshu laughed softly. Looks like I'm right. Chuli smiled bitterly. Lady Co., I'll be honest. I'm a little worried that I can't control myself and really fall for you. You're the first beauty of the great Ji dynasty. Don't you like me? Co. Shu's smile was even brighter, like a pearl. She knew her own charm. It was a pity that her heart was as calm as a lake, unable to fall for someone else. But teasing Chuli was fun too. Excessive thoughts are the source of trouble. Chuli sighed. Don't worry, Lady Co. I won't look for trouble, Co. Shu said. Men are like that. You can't be an exception. Chuli nodded lightly. Co. Shu suddenly felt disinterested and waved her hand. You can go. Chuli smiled, stood up, and left. This Co. Shu was really a jinx for men. Her beauty was unparalleled, gentle like water. Her smile was even more seductive, but her heart was as cold as stone. He was not afraid that he could not control himself and fall for Co. Shu, but whenever he saw her, he would think of Xiao Qi and his heart would ache. He subconsciously avoided seeing her. In the evening, the courtyard was filled with red clouds. Chu Li slowly swung his long sword in the courtyard, transforming the 7 forms of godly blade into the 7 forms of godly sword. He had always been unsatisfied with the power of the 7 forms of godly sword. He could not unleash the full power of the 7 forms of godly blade. It was like there was a layer of paper between them, just a little bit, but it could not be made up for no matter what. He knew that this was because his martial arts cultivation was still shallow, and he lacked the foundation. The process of training the 7 forms of godly sword was also the process of integrating martial arts, which was very beneficial to him. After Yang Baoshu had his meal, he practiced his martial arts for a while. Then he put a long ladder on the roof and climbed up, wanting to replace a broken roof tile. Suddenly, he saw Chu Li swinging his sword in the courtyard, and he chuckled and waved his hand to greet him. He knew that his neighbor was a weird person, and he did not pay attention to people, but he still had to greet him, or else he would feel uncomfortable. Chuli nodded, and then slowly swung his sword. The technique was simple. The key was the harmony between the heart technique and the technique. It had to be perfect in order to unleash the full power. His movements could not be completely in sync with the heart technique, so he slowly swung his sword, trying to find that vague feeling. From an outsider's point of view, he was swinging his sword randomly, not practicing, but playing with it. Chuli was not afraid that Yang Baoshu would see, so he focused on finding that vague feeling. Yang Baoshu stood on the roof, holding the tile in his hand, absent-mindedly looking at Chuli from time to time. He was unusually curious. Ouch! He suddenly screamed, and then rolled down from the roof. Bam! He landed in Chuli's courtyard. Chuli turned around and looked at him. Yang Baoshu turned around and got up. He did not even bother to pat the dirt off. He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I've disturbed Mister's practice. Chuli returned his sword to its sheath. Are you hurt? Since he landed in his courtyard, it was impossible to not have anything to do with him. So he greeted him. It's okay. I have thick skin, it's okay to fall. Yang Baoshu quickly said. I can see that, Chuli said. For the past few days, he saw that Yang Baoshu came back with injuries every day. He was beaten up, and every night after dinner, he would take a secret manual and practice. From his point of view, it was no different from a child playing house. He would not be able to master it for a lifetime. Yang Baoshu looked at his sword and smiled. Mister, are you a martial arts master? Chuli waved his hand. What a good sword. Yang Baoshu stared at the dark green sheath. He could not stop praising it. Good sword. Chuli could not help but laugh. He could see what Yang Baoshu was thinking. The man was weird, and so was the sword. It was basically a wooden sword. It was gray, and the way he wielded the sword was also flowery. It was soft without a sword. Forget about killing people. It could not even kill a chicken. Fortunately, this weird man was too embarrassed to admit that he was a martial arts master. He did not lie. Chuli placed the sword on the stone table. Let me pour you a cup of tea. He stood up, went into the house, and came out with a cup of tea. Yang Baoshu smiled embarrassedly. He took the teacup with both hands. As expected of a scholar, although he was arrogant and did not care about people, he was still polite when he came to his house. Chapter 282. P.S. Here's today's update. And, at the same time, pull some votes for Chidian's 515 fan day. Everyone gets 8 votes, and there will be some coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support. P.S. It's the last day of the double monthly vote. Please vote for me. Do you know swordsmanship? Chuli asked. I don't know swordsmanship, but I really want to learn, Yang Baoshu replied. Chuli shook his head. It's not easy to practice swordsmanship. They say that 3 years of knife training is 10 years of swordsmanship. I don't think they've used 10 years. They haven't mastered it yet. Is that so? Mister, have you mastered it yet? Yang Baoshu asked. Me? I'm still far from it. Chuli smiled. I want to practice swordsmanship, can I? It's not too late, right? Yang Baoshu asked. You're 18, right? If you practice for 10 years, 28 isn't too late. Chuli gestured for him to sit down. Yang Baoshu asked, Mister, can you teach me? My swordsmanship isn't good enough. It's just a flowery style. Chuli shook his head. Yang Baoshu looked at the long sword on the table in disappointment. Even if it was just a flowery style, it was better than not knowing anything. Looks like he's not willing to teach me. I'll have to ask my mother to prepare some gifts tomorrow. Shouldn't I? Chuli lifted his teacup and took a sip. Yang Baoshu stood up and left. Before he left, he looked at the long sword on the table reluctantly. The next evening, he returned with a long piece of wood. After tinkering with it in the courtyard, he carved out a long sword. The shape and color were similar to the modesty sword, but it was a good craft. Chuli was still practicing his swordsmanship under the setting sun. His movements were slow as he searched for that vague feeling. As long as he could capture this perfect fit, the omniscient mirror would be able to imprint it in his mind, and he would be considered to have mastered it. Unfortunately, This feeling was vague and unclear, as if there was a thick layer of fog covering it, and he could not touch it no matter how hard he tried. All the martial arts secret manuals that he had read in his mind were fusing together to attack this layer of fog, and he was trying his best to push it away. If one day was not enough, then 2 days were not enough, 3 days were not enough, and 2 days were not enough. He would succeed one day. While he was practicing, young Baoshu climbed up a ladder to the top of the wall and looked at him with a smile. Chu Li pretended not to see it and continued to practice his swordsmanship. Yang Baoshu waved his wooden sword and mimicked Chu Li's movements. He felt that using a wooden sword to practice this slow swordsmanship and sneaking a few glances was not considered a taboo in the martial arts world. It was a pity that he couldn't feel the power of this sword technique at all. When such a sword technique was used, even a chicken couldn't be killed. Chu Li closed his eyes and focused on the inside, ignoring the outside world. It was only when dusk came and the lanterns were lit that he stopped. When young Baoshu saw him open his eyes, he quickly waved his sword in greeting. "Mister, what do you think of my sword?" Chu Li glanced at it. "Good sword." Young Baoshu beamed with joy. "Mister, let me tell you, my skills have been passed down in my family. No one in West Wall Street can compare to me." Chu Li nodded. "Great craftsmanship. Do you want me to make another one for you?" Young Baoshu asked. "Wooden swords are quite fragile." "Thank you, but there's no need," Chu Li replied. "Oh, all right then. Just let me know when you want one in the future. I'll definitely get you a better one." Young Baoshu replied disappointedly. "Ouch. Young Baoshu suddenly screamed and fell from the top of the wall. "Bastard, you even learned how to climb over the wall." Young Baoshu's mother, Madame Zhou, yelled, "Bastard, you even learned how to climb over the wall. Why aren't you practicing your fist technique after eating? Why are you practicing with a broken sword? Are you crazy?" Young Baoshu's mother, Madame Zhou, yelled at him. Young Baoshu patted the mud off his body and said unhappily, "Mother, I'm practicing my sword. You haven't even mastered your fist technique yet. Why are you practicing your sword? Don't you know that you're biting off more than you can chew? Practice your fist technique properly. You're not allowed to sleep if you don't practice 20 times today." "Mother, how many times have I practiced it? This agile monkey fist is no good," Young Baoshu said disapprovingly. "It's not powerful at all. I can't beat anyone. That's why I want to practice my sword. The agile monkey fist is no good. You're the one who's useless. Your father used to practice this fist technique. He became an escort and traveled far and wide. He's very prestigious. Why can't you do it?" Madame Zhou sneered. Yes, I'm useless." Young Baoshu saw his mother's expression change and quickly admitted defeat. "I'll definitely practice it. 20 times, right? 20 times it is. That's more like it. Hurry up." Chu Li smiled. His omniscient mirror had already seen through Yang Baoshu's fist technique manual. The agile monkey fist was indeed extraordinary, but most people would not be able to practice it. All the spirit beasts had entered the 100,000 hills, such as the spirit tiger and the spirit monkey. Almost no one in the world had seen the spirit monkey before. As such, the essence of the agile monkey fist could not be grasped. It was only the agile monkey fist, but it could not be practiced to its full potential. Young Baoshu had practiced the agile monkey fist like an orangutan fist. He had to use a lot of force, but he did not know that this was the opposite of the essence of the agile monkey fist. Even if he practiced for 100 years, he would not be able to grasp the essence of the agile monkey fist, and its power would be limited. That evening, Chu Li bought 2 boxes of pastries and returned home. Coincidentally, Yang Baoshu had returned as well. "Mister, you're back." Yang Baoshu greeted him warmly. Chu Li nodded slightly and did not say anything. Yang Baoshu helplessly scratched his head. "This weirdo is here again. Why does he pretend not to know me when we're on streets? He doesn't even say a word to me. It's fine in my house. He's well-mannered. What a weirdo." Chu Li held the pastries in one hand and placed the other behind his back as he walked slowly. Yang Baoshu's pace was originally brisk, but seeing that Chu Li was walking so slowly, he could not be rude and overtake him. Therefore, He could only walk with him, making young Bao Shu very anxious. Chu glanced at him and signaled with his eyes. Young Bao Shu understood that Chu wanted him to leave first, so he closed fists, saluted, and hurried away. Dusk fell and the lanterns were lit. Chu was still practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. In the morning, he practiced the heavenly demonic power, the art of White Tiger, and the sentient menace. In the afternoon, he practiced the scripture of duality and the 7 forms of godly sword at night. Other than the time he went out for a walk, he spent most of his time cultivating. Without any distractions, he calmed himself down and cultivated. His progress was very fast. He thought to himself that if he focused on cultivating like this, it would not be impossible for him to catch up to High Duke Liu. Unfortunately, this would not last long. What a pity. As he slowly practiced his swordsmanship, young Bao Shu climbed up the wall again. Mister, my mother made some dumplings. Have a taste. As he spoke, he dragged the ladder up to Chu Li's courtyard and carried a plate of steaming hot dumplings down. Without waiting for Chu Li to speak, he placed it on the stone table. My mother's cooking is very good too. Have a taste. As he spoke, he passed him a pair of chopsticks. Chu Li looked at him and took the chopsticks to taste the dumpling. Although the filling was vegetarian, his mouth was full of fragrance. It was indeed very good. How is it? Delicious? Young Bao Shu said proudly. Not bad. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Recently, his mouth had suffered a lot. The restaurants in Qingyun town and Yangsu's cooking skills were far from Schwelling's. Suddenly eating such delicious food made him very emotional. Come, mister, sit down and eat. Young Bao Shu used his sleeve to wipe the wooden stump. Chu Li sat down. Young Bao Shu said again, Mister, this sword is in the way. As he spoke, he pushed the treasure sword on the stone table to the side. He pushed it and showed a surprised expression. This is not right. This is not a wooden sword. Mister, let me see this treasure sword. Just one look. Young Bao Shu stared at the modesty sword with a cheeky smile. Chu Li had already eaten 2 dumplings. All right, I'll take a look. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.